Disclaimer: the following content is entirely fictional and does not represent real events or people. This material has been edited and adapted from the channel Romance Reverie. I think of myself as a good girl. I always did what I was told. I always told the truth. I never cheated on my boyfriend. I was always a loyal friend. I deserved it. It was one night. What harm could it do? As new graduates, my brother and boyfriend thought that it would be a good idea to go camping with a huge group of seniors. My dad hated the idea. He hated the woods ever since my mother died. Of course, she did die in the woods, so his fears were somewhat reasonable, but I was a curious girl, and living my whole life told of its horrors, I wanted to explore them for myself. My brother packed up the rest of the car as he came around to my side. "Call me whenever you get there, okay, Nova?" My dad said to me specifically. He knew Nolan wouldn't do it. I knew he was worried about us. It took half a year of begging to make this happen. It wasn't like we were totally roughing it. One of our friends' dad was loaning us his mansion of a cabin to sleep in. My dad went over his worry checklist one last time before we were off. I sighed in relief. I honestly thought he was going to drag us back into the house. My brother, Nolan, laughed. Nolan and I were twins, but we were fraternal. I had copper red hair and hazel eyes, while Nolan's was more of a sandy strawberry with hazel eyes. We looked nothing alike. We jammed out to the radio the whole hour drive. Eventually, we saw the cabin. I smiled when I saw my boyfriend, Mason. Mason and Nolan were actually good friends. I hopped out as soon as the car stopped. Mason smiled and kissed me gently. "There's my girl," he said. I couldn't help but smile. Mason was my rock. We'd been dating for 2 years, and he's all I've ever known. If you asked me what a perfect relationship looked like, I would point to us. We were perfect for each other in every way. He stood a good 6'4" with black hair and warm brown eyes. His skin was always a deep tan shade, even darker than mine. He was built like a football player, swimmer, and soccer player rolled into one. He was popular when it mattered and not in a bad way. He pretty much got along with everyone. Plus, he was sweet and kind and funny and just perfect. "I'm really excited for this weekend," I smiled excitedly. And I was. I had been waiting for this moment all year. Mason slung an arm over my shoulders and led me inside. "Me too. I convinced your brother to let us share a room," he said. My smile only widened. I was still a virgin at 19 years old, which was like the equivalent to a 21st century whore, but I planned on changing that tonight. Mason and I had been going steady for 2 years. He's never done anything to make me not trust him, and I could easily see myself spending the rest of my life with him. Inside the house was amazing. It looked like something off of MTV Cribs. It was made for parties. There was even a bar. People started filling in quickly. By the time the sun went down, the place was packed. It was a good thing we were far from the next resident, or there would have been a huge noise complaint. The house was throbbing with music. You could feel the bass in your shoes, and I loved it. I danced with Mason in between drinks. I was buzzed and feeling good. I don't know at what point, the room started getting stuffed and clammy, but I excused myself. Mason went to get me another beer as I made my way outside. I wasn't drunk enough to stumble, but if a rock was in my way, I wouldn't notice. I wandered into the tree line and touched the rough bark. All this time, I'd been missing out on all of this nature. It was truly stunning. "Beautiful night, isn't it?" a voice said from behind me. I turned quickly. The voice was deep and sweet. His voice made my toes curl, and his voice did his face justice. He was a gorgeous stranger. Only he was only wearing a pair of basketball shorts, giving me a good view of his chest. I wanted to run my tongue over his abs. They were so pronounced. I could cut myself on his lightly stubbled jawline. He was appetizing. His muscles rippled with his every movement. His body had smudges of dirt on his tan skin. but it looked good. His dark hair was disheveled. But what really caught my attention were his eyes. They were practically silver. Then his eyes landed on mine. I held my breath as it felt like every nerve in my body was suddenly very aware of him. My eyes had tunnel vision, and I couldn't focus on anything but his piercing gray eyes staring back at me. "Hun. Princess, where did you go?" I heard Mason yell. I shook myself out of my haze and looked at him. "Who are you?" I asked curiously. "I was just wandering the land," the man answered. His voice was deep and thick, like you could cut it with a knife. He smirked, sending my heart into overdrive. I felt my knees wobble slightly. I looked down as I blushed. I needed to get a hold of myself. "Where did my girls sneak off to?" I heard Mason's playful voice closer than before. I pointed back to the house. "I have to go," I said, turning. I wasn't sure what else I was supposed to say. "It's nice looking at you." This has been a wonderful and awkward encounter. I felt an arm go around my throat. I could still breath, but my vision started to go blurry. I clawed at the arm before everything just went black. I felt groggy. I didn't feel like myself. I willed my limbs to move or do something, but they felt heavy. I tried to remember what happened, or at least where I was. All I could remember was the man in the woods. I shot up and instantly regretted it. My head swam with a pounding headache. I placed my hand on my head to try and stop the spinning. It only made me feel sick. I groaned and shut my eyes back quickly as I tried to remember what happened. All I kept seeing was the man in the woods. I tried blinking my eyes open again. I was more successful this time. I squinted against the bright sunlight filtering in through an open window. Where was I? I looked around to see that I was in a bedroom. The color theme was cream and light gray. Everything in the room mirrored the theme. I looked down to see that I was in a plush queen-sized bed. The covers were off-white with the rest of the room. There were lights on the ceiling, a single grand window, a set of double doors, a single door, a bedside table with a lamp, and a desk with a small bookshelf built it. This room looked like a master bedroom. I instantly panicked and checked myself. Clothes still on? Check. My virginity intact? Check. Phone and wallet? Nope. I knew I left my wallet at home, so I wasn't worried about that, but I did have my phone on me, and now I don't. Whoever took me must not have wanted me to contact anyone, and with good reason. He kidnapped you. My inner voice chimed in. I jumped as the door opened. The man from the woods walked in and my first instinct was to cover myself more with the blanket on my lap. I pressed my back against the headboard and pulled the covers up even further. Where am I? What are you going to do to me? I asked, mentally cursing my nervous stutter. He held his hands up to his, now clothed, chest in a motion of surrender. I don't mean you any harm, I swear, he explained quickly. I hated that I actually trusted what he said. He could be lying, and I believed it almost instantly. You kidnapped me. Why did you kidnap me? I asked, my voice raising an octave from how scared I felt. Nolan. Oh God, Nolan. Nolan is going to be devastated. He doesn't know where I am, and he'll blame himself for losing me, and he's going to tell my dad and... My dad. It'll be like my mom all over again. He'll think him dead. He'll think him dead and Nolan is going to blame himself, I thought out loud as tears poured down my face. The man rushed closer to me, making me cower away even more. I hated this. Hey, no, please don't cry, please, he begged. I squeezed my eyes shut and fisted the sheets hard in my hand. Please, just take me home. I won't say anything about you, I promise. I won't tell anyone, I cried anyway. He hesitated. I can't, he breathed. Who are you? I don't even know your name. I yelled, angrily at my captor. They'll tell you mine when you tell me yours, he bargained, raising an eyebrow at me. I crossed my arms and looked away from him. Take me home, I practically whispered. He sighed before he headed towards the door. I can't, he said simply before he left. I flinched when the door locked. I was really trapped here. I couldn't control my sobs as I curled up on my side. I cried louder and harder than I had since my mom died. Just the thought of my brother and my dad thinking I was dead was enough to break my heart. I didn't want them going through that, not again. My sobs and crying eased and eventually I was just staring at the light filtering in through the giant window. An idea occurred to me. I wiped my tears away as I walked towards the window and prayed for a miracle. I unlatched the window and pushed gently. It slid open easily. I looked down to measure the distance. I looked down, and up. I was on a 3rd floor out of 4 floors in a house. Who has 4 floors in their house? There was only a slab on concrete on the ground under the window. I also noticed a footing all the way down. If I was careful, I could climb down. If not, let's just say it was a long way down. If I could reach the forest and keep straight, I would find a town eventually, maybe use someone's phone to call my dad. I risked a glance behind me before I climbed out of the window and onto the ledge. I could do this. I took a deep breath and prepared myself for the next step down. What are you doing? A frantic voice asked. I spooked and looked through window, losing my footing. I screamed as I fell backwards to what I knew would be a sure death. My stomach dropped as I saw the man who kidnapped me jump out the window not even a split second after me. My eyes connected with his as my body collided with the concrete. It knocked the wind out of me, and I couldn't even scream. I felt the man's hands hold my head. It was the only part of my body that wasn't screaming. Breathing was difficult and came in gasps. Black dots swam in my vision. I couldn't move. The man appeared in my line of vision, and he looked scared and worried. My eyes slipped closed watching him worry over me. I just didn't want to be in pain anymore. No, 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 stay awake, the man yelled, but he already sounded so far away. My first conscious breath was the hardest. My lungs burned with every wheezed attempt. My body was in a sharp pain as I tried to remember what happened. A flash of my fall hit me and had me wincing again. It felt like 5 buses had hit me. Coughing rocked my body, only adding to the pain. My eyes cracked open and took in what I could see without moving. I knew that moving only guaranteed me more pain. My ears kicked in next. All I could hear was a steady beeping. Again with my wheezing, and I sounded worse than I thought. There was a steady flow of air coming in through my nose. I felt something warm encasing my hand. I tried to turn towards the warmth but instantly regretted it. A strangled noise left my lips as I started breathing heavily from the pain. A shadow appeared in my eyesight. The shadow slowly focused into the man who kidnapped me. His perfect tan face was red and puffy. His eyes were bloodshot as if he had been crying. His hair was tousled as if he had been pulling at it. What were you thinking? He asked hoarsely. I caught my breath and tried to moisten my mouth to talk. Nova, I breathed. I winced at my own voice. I sounded like a croaking frog. The man still looked confused. My name, I tried again. A smile spread across his face. Your name is Nova, he said in realization. I tried to nod, but it only caused pain to erupt in my spine. Tears sprung to my eyes as on their own accord. You broke a few ribs and fractured your spine. Also, you shattered your arm and ankles. There's a compound fracture to your right leg, but I managed to catch your head so no damage there, he explained. My eyebrows deepened in thought and confusion. You jumped too, I whispered confused. His face was still as stone as he sat still. If I weren't wrong, I'd say he looked nervous. No, I didn't, he answered quickly. You've been in an induced coma for 5 weeks now to try and give your body an opportunity to heal some. You've been dreaming for a while, he chuckled nervously. I didn't believe the dreaming thing one bit. But, Elias, he said quickly, cutting me off. Despite myself, I fell for it. I knew what he was talking about and I didn't care that I was broken. My dry lips cracked a smile at finally being able to put a name to the face of my beautiful kidnapper. Stop it. Has not beautiful. Your name, I croaked. There was a knock on the door before it opened to reveal a doctor. He had a full head of snow-white hair and bright blue eyes that stood out against his pink face. All in all, he reminded me of an in-shape Santa Claus. He smiled kindly at me. Good, you're awake. My name is Dr. Michael Shatter. How do you feel? He asked as he grabbed a clipboard at the end of my bed and went over a few things silently. I feel like I've been run over by 5 trains, I answered hoarsely. He scribbled something on the clipboard before he put it back in its place and faced me. Your recovery is coming at a remarkably slow pace. I would suggest a few pints blood transfusion. It may speed up the process. Plus, Elias here is just your type, the doctor said. It seemed like there was a double meaning behind his words. Michael, Elias snapped at him in a clear warning. I didn't understand the big deal. Why would Elias be so snappy about a blood transfusion? The two shared a silent exchange as if they were communicating without words. I would like that option as it'll make this less, painful. Only if Elias is willing to donate, I said, turning to Michael. Michael smiled. I assure you, the transfusion will have you feeling better in no time, he said positively. Michael glanced at Elias briefly. Elias only sighed and set his jaw tight. They stared at each other in their silent communication way of staring at each other. It was odd. It was like a very intense staring contest. There was the slightest change in facial expression, a quirk of an eyebrow, a furrow, a lip twitch every once in a while. It looked like they actually were holding dialogue without words. Eventually I cleared my throat. Can I get some water please? I asked hoarsely. My throat still felt scratchy and sore. Michael blinked before he smiled at me. I'll have Elias grab that for you as I start preparing the pint bags and IV setup, Michael said before they both left. Something wasn't right. I felt funny. Shortly, Elias came back with water and a straw. Here, so you won't have to reach too far, he said, placing the straw right where I could reach it comfortably. Elias kissed my hand gently. The motion sent butterflies to my stomach as my eyes widened slightly in shock. That funny feeling was gone. That funny feeling was because of him, and I didn't like that. I felt comforted by the gesture. I should be disgusted and appalled by the touch of my kidnapper, but I wasn't. I liked it a lot. Elias rubbed his thumb over my hand. I'll see you in a bit, okay? Well, be right back. Try not to fall out any windows while I'm gone, he said, rolling his eyes slightly. As soon as Elias left the room, I felt antsy. It was minor but unsettling, like I was uneasy with Elias gone. It didn't make any sense. Maybe I had that disorder for when a captor starts to have feeling towards their capturer, Stockholm Syndrome, that's what it was. That worried me. My body still hurt, and it was still hard to breathe normally, but on top of that, I wanted Elias to be in the room with me. It worried me not knowing if he was okay or not. I closed my eyes and tried to think of something other than my spiraling life. It was a grueling hour before Dr. Michael and Elias came back to the hospital room. They strolled in carrying 4 bags of blood. I was slightly shocked at how Elias was still perfectly functional after giving so much blood. When I would donate to the blood drive, it only took a pint for me to get lightheaded and even pass out sometimes. Elias didn't even look dizzy. Although I shouldn't have been surprised since he also jumped from a 3-story window and landed without a scratch. Just relax, Miss Nova. They'll keep coming in to alternate the blood with the fluids and you should be in tip-top shape again in no time. You should feel better in a few days, Michael assured me. Doctor. Michael set up my IV with the blood and repositioned me with the help of Elias. I could finally see the rest of the room. It was a basic single hospital room set up with heart monitors, machines, cords, a few chairs and a basic cable TV. I sighed as I felt the new liquid start to circulate through my body. My bones ached, but in a good way. I closed my eyes for just a second as Elias ran his thumb over the back of my hand. Or at least, I thought it was a second. Nova, Elias said softly. I blinked my eyes open, and tried to sit up. My bones didn't scream at me as I pushed up on my hands. It was actually fairly easy besides a little soreness. I sat up and looked around. Elias took my hand in his. How are you feeling? He asked me. I yawned and stretched my limbs. I feel fine. How is it that I feel so much better after a blood transfusion and a nap? A blood transfusion wouldn't magically heal my bones, I asked. Elias rubbed his thumb over the back of my hand. You're better now, that's all that matters, he said. I pulled my hand away from his and looked at the sheets. I want to go home, I said softly. Why? He asked. Do you not feel comfortable with me? Don't you think that it's for a reason? He asked. I shook my head as tears threatened to fall. My dad needs to know I'm alive. He can't lose me, too. He just can't, I cried. Why are you so insistent on this? He asked. Because he's already lost my mom to the woods. He can't lose me too, I said. What happened? He asked quietly. I sighed before I fiddled with my fingers. Logic told me not to tell him, but I wanted to. She was murdered, mutilated by animals. She went out one night to try to find our dog, Shipmate. He wandered out into the woods near our house and she never came back. The next morning we went looking for her and we found her. She was shredded to pieces and there was so much blood. My dad went into shock. We called the police and they determined it was some kind of animal, a wild dog, or pack of wolves or something. Shipmate was found cowering in a hole in a tree. Apparently the hole was too small for the animal to get into. They only got my mom. My dad, he cried for so long, he grieved for so long. He can't lose me too. He has to know that I'm alive. He has to know that I'm not dead. He'll lose it again if I don't, I tried to explain. Elias sighed and closed his eyes briefly. Okay, but I have to be with you and you can't tell him what's really going on, he said. I chuckled humorlessly. I don't even know what's going on, I said. He sighed and ran his hand over my arm. Do you feel that? He asked. I hesitated. What do you mean? I asked. That spark, the warm fuzzy feeling. It's a connection to each other. It'll only grow with time, he explained. I didn't understand what he was getting at. I pulled my arm away and looked at the sheets. Stop, please, I whispered as a light blush covered my cheeks. I don't know you. You kidnapped me and you're keeping me here against my will. Now you want me to believe that you did it because we're meant for each other. That doesn't make any sense, I said. He sighed and moved away from me. When do you want to go see your father? He asked, changing the subject. When can I go? I countered. Whenever Dr. Michael releases you, and based on your remarkable recovery, it'll probably be soon, he answered. I was released by the end of the day. I was handed new clothes and put them on gratefully, though I did wonder how Elias guessed my size correctly. He led me by the small of my back outside and to a car. I got in the passenger side and we were off. I found myself staring out my window at the passing town. The town seemed happy. There were children running around. Couples were outside together, watching the children, having conversations. They all looked deliriously happy, and I noticed that they were always coupled up. Rarely was there one without the other. It almost seemed unreal. Everyone's together, I noted. Well, be there one day, Elias muttered under his breath, but I heard him anyway. I ignored it and continued watching the passing town. I would never be so deliriously happy with my kidnapper. What's the town's name? I asked. He hesitated before he gave in. Rigger Moon, he said. I found myself rolling my eyes. That was a silly name for a town. We came upon a house eventually. It was a pure white stucco mansion with brick detailing. I admired the house as the car pulled into a U-shaped driveway. "This is your house?" I asked, astonished. He only chuckled as he parked the car. "It's our house," he corrected. I was only even more shocked as I got out of the car. Elias came around to my side and led me up the walkway to the giant mahogany double doors. Pushing it open, the inside of the house looked like something out of a millionaire's guide to perfect houses. There was a giant glass chandelier welcoming us at the entrance. I paused and looked at the double winding staircase and balcony. "This is unreal," I whispered. The marble tile, the glass tables, the prestige wood, everything about the house was beautiful and over the top. This must have been the house I was in originally in. This entire entrance explains why I fell from a third story. "Your room is upstairs for the time being. It's the one you were in before I had to take you to the hospital," he confirmed. I couldn't help but to blush. Honestly, I wasn't going to jump to hurt myself. "I was trying to escape," I said quickly. He only sighed. "I know, and that's my fault," he said, taking my hand and leading me to another room on the first floor. The living room had plush black suede couches and a giant television. The living room had a smooth closed transition into the kitchen. It looked like the kitchen had never been used before. All chrome and silver accessories and gray marble counters. The floor was white tile and the refrigerator and freezer were industrial sized. There were a few televisions in the corners of the kitchen as well. I was in heaven. I loved cooking, and this was incredible. I grazed my fingers over the countertop on the island. "Wow," I breathed. I opened the refrigerator to see that it was fully stocked with every food imaginable. I fished through the walk-in pantry and wasn't surprised on its depth based on the rest of the house. But I was pleasantly surprised to find the back wall was covered in candy. My smile widened as I saw my absolute favorite, Lindor milk chocolate truffles with sea salt. I grabbed a few bags and sat on the floor as I started popping them open and shoving them in my mouth. I sighed happily and closed my eyes as I ate bag after bag. "Nova, where did you?" Elias stopped when he saw me covered in chocolate wrappers. He laughed and crossed his arms as he leaned against a post. "I think I found your kryptonite," he joked. I glared and brought the chocolate closer to me. "Mine," I said before I snuggled closer to my chocolate. Elias sat there and watched me as I ate myself into oblivion. "Are you going to want to see the rest of the house before we go see your dad, or do you want to stay here for the rest of the day?" he joked. I thought about it before I put what little chocolate was left back in the proper space and stood. "Tour please," I said. Elias chuckled and wiped a bit of chocolate off of my cheek with his thumb. He stuck his thumb in his mouth, tasting the chocolate before he grabbed my hand and led me through the house. It had numerous extravagant rooms and bathrooms that went up 4 stories. The 4th floor was a giant bedroom in itself. It was Elias' room. The connecting bathroom was better than any of the other ones in the house. It had a deep jacuzzi tub and a walk-in steam shower. There were 2 sinks and a walk-in closet. It was huge. Everything about the room and bathroom were amazing. The color scheme was black, gray, and white with a hint of green. It was perfect. The bed was a giant canopy bed, super California king-sized. It was Tempur-Pedic as well. I tested it. "This is amazing," I smiled. "It's yours too, whenever you want it." "It's our room. I just put you in the other room until you're comfortable enough to be with me," he explained. I paused and just looked at him. He was being completely serious, and I wanted to take him up on the offer, but I wanted to refrain. I knew I couldn't do that. No matter what Elias said, I felt like I couldn't do it. "My dad?" I asked, changing the subject. "We can go now," he said. I walked out of the room and down to the car. I hopped in, both excited and nervous to see my brother and father again. Elias held a cloth bag up. "I'm sorry, I have to do this," he said. I sighed and allowed it. At least he was letting me see my family. Elias drove straight to my house. He stopped the car in front of the house and took the bag off. I turned to him confused. "How did you?" I do my research, Nova, he answered before I even finished. The way he said my name made me sigh. It just rolled off his tongue like the sweetest dessert. I cleared my head. I had to stop thinking that way. I sighed and looked at the house. The lights were on. They were home. Here, wear this, he said, handing me an earpiece. Why? I asked. It'll feed you what to say, and I'll be able to hear what you say. It's best they don't look for you at all. People will get hurt if they try, he explained. I sighed before I put the earpiece in. He put one in himself. Can you hear me? He tested. I nodded. He held my hand gently. You'll be okay, he assured me. It felt weird having him reassure me, my kidnapper. I hated more that it actually worked. I nodded before I walked up to the door. I rang the doorbell and waited. My brother answered the door. His eyes watered immediately when he saw me. Nova, he breathed. He wrapped me up in a suffocating bear hug. I returned it with my own. Nolan, I said softly. I peeked over his shoulder and saw my dad standing, watching on shocked. Nova, he whispered. Dad, I smiled through my tears. Nolan let go of me and I rushed to my dad. We hugged each other tightly. I felt a wave of relief sweep over me. Novelin, we thought you were dead, he cried. He pulled away and looked at me. I'm alive, I smiled gently. I'm fine, I said. Nova, I'm here. Be careful what you say next, Elias said in my ear. How? What happened? Where have you been? He asked quickly. They pulled me into the living room and sat me down on the couch. I shook my head, not knowing what to say. Nova, say this, Elias said in my ear. I listened before I turned to my dad. I went for a walk, and I got lost. When I finally got back, everyone was gone. A man found me and helped me out with clothes, food, everything. He finally figured out how to get me home, I lied. God, Novelin, we were so worried about you, he said. My smile dropped slightly. I know, but there's something else, I continued. Breathe, Nova, Elias said sweetly. Here comes the hard part, and you only have a little time left, he informed me. I sighed and listened before I felt my eyes water. Nolan was staring at me curiously. But, I can't stay, I continued. They both looked at me confused. I just wanted you to know I was alive. I didn't want you to think that the same thing that happened to Mom happened to me. It's complicated, but I love you both. Don't worry about me. I just don't want to be here anymore. The people there treat me well, and I want to stay. Just know that I'm alive, and I love you guys. But I hate it here and I was planning on leaving anyway, so I already have. Nova, no, don't leave, please. We just got you back, Nolan said. I sighed and shook my head, sliding a piece of scratch paper and a pen towards me. Well, what's going on? Why do you have to go? I'm sure whatever it is we can fix it. We always have. Nolan asked. I wrote help me on the paper. They read it and looked at each other before I saw them start to panic. I wrote Rigger Moon on the paper, praying they would figure it out. I can't tell you, and I can't stay. I don't want to, I whispered. The words felt like vomit. Breathe, Nova. You're out of time. Stand and leave, Elias said in my ear. I almost forgot he was there. I stood on shaky legs and wiped my tears. I have to go, I said quickly before I headed to the door. I couldn't stay any longer. If I did, I wouldn't be able to leave. I ran out the door and down the street to the car, but I knew that my family got the message I was trying to send. Nova. I heard my dad yell after me. I sobbed as I shut the door behind me. In the car, Elias squeezed my hand tightly as he took off. Why did you make me do that? I sobbed. Because they can't look for you. The town, they will be very protective of you. They already love you and claim you as their own, he said. But they don't know me, I countered. I know, but I'm, technically, in charge of the town, he said hesitantly. So you're the mayor? I asked, calming down slightly. Something like that, and you're like, the first lady, he said. I had a feeling it was more than that, but he wouldn't elaborate. Wait, the entire town? How is the entire town on one page? I asked. We're a very close town. We hold monthly get-togethers and communicate on a daily basis. It's not uncommon for our town to be very friendly. We're practically one big family, he said. The way he was talking about seemed more like a cult than a town. We made it back to the house and I just felt exhausted. I collapsed on the bed in my temporary room and sighed. It'll get easier, Nova. I promise, he said. I nodded. I didn't believe him, but I nodded anyway. What am I supposed to do here in the meantime? I asked. Elias came and sat next to me. Get to know the town, me, everything, he sighed. I was supposed to go to college this fall. I was going to be a nurse or teacher, I ranted as I paced the floor. He sighed and came to stand in front of me. You can still do all of that. We have schools and a hospital. You can do whatever you want except leave. You don't even have to go to college. We have certified trainers who can certify you for nothing. No student loans, or bills, or anything. I'm going to take care of you, Nova. And I'm pretty much going to give you whatever you want, he said. I gave an exasperated sigh before I stood and started pacing. What about clothes? I asked. Check your drawers and closet, he smirked. I looked at him shocked before I checked. Sure enough, they were stocked in my size with everything I could think of. But how did these get here? How did you know my size? I asked. The nurse who changed you took your measurements and had some of the women in town go shopping for you, he answered. It didn't even occur to me that anyone else knew about me here, or had even seen me, and here they were buying a stranger clothes. They even bought shoes and jewelry. I financed them, of course. You're my responsibility and I'll be damned if I cut any corners when it comes to you, he explained. But why? Why are you going through all this trouble for me? I thought kidnappers were supposed to be mean and rude and manipulative. You've been nothing but nice to me, I rambled. He chuckled and stood in front of me, catching my eye. My breath hitched at our close proximity and his intense gaze. When are you going to get it? It's not my intention to hurt you, it's my job to protect you and take care of you. And the whole Pa town will stand behind me on that. They might not know you personally yet, but we take care of our own, and you're a part of us, or you will be eventually. You are more special than you think. You are my main priority, and I'll always be here for you, no matter what, he said softly. He picked a book out of a small selection of books on a shelf and handed it to me. Here, it's a good read, whenever you find the time, he said. I looked over the thick leather cover. It wasn't Harry Potter big, but it was a decent-sized book. Lycan Revealed was the title. Why? I asked. He chuckled. You ask too many questions. Well, talk about it when you finish if you want. It's just something to pass the time. Get some rest, Nova, he said before he kissed my hand and left. My skin was cool and hot where his lips touched me. I covered my hand quickly as I felt a blush creep up my neck. I shook off the feeling and looked back at the book curiously. What was so special about me that Elias kidnapped me? Surely, he was just bored with his life. I sat in the bed and cracked it open. I found it odd that there was no mention of an author or anything. Lycan, a man who transforms into a beast when the proper conditions present themselves. In basic terms, a werewolf. Thought to have been cursed by Greek gods ages ago for a sin so evil. They were sent down from Olympus and doomed to a life of a beast forever. The werewolf did not suffer, however. It was strong, agile, quick, smart, and manipulative, a creature of the devil himself. Over the course of time, the Lycan evolved. It found that it was stronger in groups, or packs. They found that each Lycan, or wolf, had a role. There is the alpha, leader of all other lichen in their pack. He is the strongest in every sense. The beta is the alpha's second in command, also seen as the enforcer. The beta holds the title of security and will often run the packs, warriors, or sentinel. He is also in charge when the alpha is not present. The delta is the alpha's third in command. When the delta is not helping the beta, he protects the pack's Luna. The Luna is the alpha's bride, or mate. She helps to steady the alpha and balance him out. She rules the pack beside him with a gentle hand and nurturing spirit. She is the alpha's soul mate. Every lichen has a mate, it is just a matter of finding them. Fate will put them together someday, somehow, but precise timing is not always known. The mate of a lichen can be another lichen, or a Homo sapien human. The lichen's mate's purpose is to balance the lichen out and reproduce with them to create their heir. The chances of a lichen finding a mate after 25 years of age drops to 23%. The mate and the lichen will feel a connection with each other. They will not love each other right away, but the need to protect and care for their mate will be great. The lichen and mate will grow as a unit over time and connect as one. The process includes the following: a blood bond, which is optional, will heighten the pull to each other initially. A blood bond is simply accepting the mate or lichen's blood into the other's body in any way. This can be done by a blood transfusion or simply drinking the hemoglobin. Mates will always have the same or corresponding blood types, so pairing and conceiving isn't a problem. The next step would be for the lichen to mark, or bite, the mate. There is no specific placement for this ritual. The mark signifies the claiming of the mate and will change the mate's scent to other lichen to alert them that they are taken. The mark will also send the female into a special state the next time she ovulates. This state will call to her mate and all unmated males. Whoever mates with the female during this time will impregnate her. This state will last a week. If the female is not mated within this time, she will experience it every time she ovulates until she is fully mated. If a lichen loses a mate, the lichen can slowly go mad. If a human mates with a lichen, there is a chance that their offspring will be either lichen or human. Normally, the lichen gene travels on the Y chromosome. The chances of a male offspring being lichen are greater, but it's not impossible for a female half-blood. The alpha title is passed down through the current alpha's eldest male heir, but the alpha title can also be transferred through a challenging. Like a male lion, alpha lichen can be challenged for their title. The challenge is a one-on-one fight to the death. The winner claims the pack and residing land. The Luna of the deceased alpha can choose to stay as an omega, or leave. An omega is the lowest ranking lichen in a pack. It is weak and small in every nature, considered the runt or broken lichen. It is frowned upon and often bullied by the others. The omega is the pack's weakest link. I stopped reading as my eyes began to droop. I bookmarked the page I stopped on and set it on the bedside table. I turned off the lamp with one last yawn and snuggled under the covers. The book was interesting, but that's all I saw it as. It was all fiction. The next morning, I stretched and took a quick shower. I dressed in a pair or baggy gray sweatpants and a loose-fitting black t-shirt. I walked down the curved staircase and into the kitchen. The room was bright with sunlight. Elias was already there with food. "Morning, sweet cakes," he smiled. "Sweet cakes?" I asked, weirded out. "Honey bun," he tried again. I shook my head. "Cupcake?" "No." "Sweetheart, no." "Princess?" "No." You know, I was really gunning for cupcake. "Stop, just stop," I said in frustration, sitting at the bar. "Nova will suffice, Elias," I said. "Elias is what everyone else calls me. My family calls me Eli. You can call me that as well," he said, setting a plate down in front of me. "No," I replied. "Yes." "No." "Yes, no." "Yes." "No, for the love of the moon, stop it," someone said, entering the kitchen. I blushed as I looked down, and Elias chuckled. "Taylor, this is Nova, Elias smiled. Taylor was a big guy. He had black hair and gray eyes like Elias. The only difference being that Taylor looked like a younger beefcake version with shorter hair. "You're big," I blurted. Taylor laughed. I blushed even harder. "I meant to say hello." Darn, my non-existent brain-to-mouth filter. "Nova, this is my little brother, Taylor," Elias said. I smiled shyly and started eating. "So did you hear about that brat, Mason? He wants permission to search our town." "You took the girl, didn't you?" he asked Elias in Croatian. "Mason? Mason's coming," I asked as I perked. Elias glared and practically growled. "No, he's not. I'll be damned if he does something stupid," he answered me before turning to Taylor. I had no choice. Her class was on a field trip, or whatever, and I only had a small window of opportunity. He rambled off in the foreign language. "What language is that?" I asked confused. "Croatian," Taylor answered absent-mindedly. "Why is Mason coming?" I asked confused. They both hesitated, having a stare-off before Taylor sighed and broke eye contact first. "We don't know. We think he's trying to retrieve you, but we won't let him get that far," Taylor promised. "But Mason is my friend," I said. Elias shook his head and took my empty plate. "Not right now he's not," Elias muttered. "Nova, why don't you continue reading that book I gave you? I have business to attend to," said before he left the kitchen. Taylor shot me an apologetic look before he followed behind him. I went back to the bedroom and decided to continue reading, but not because Elias told me to. The lone wolf, or the rogue, is either born into that life or they have been exiled from a pack. It is rare that a pack will accept a rogue to join them, but not impossible. Rogues can be driven mad by the loneliness. Mainly, the rogue will just try to wreak havoc on packs surrounding them. All lichen have a specified job from, practically, birth. A salutary is a healer, or doctor. They show a gift of nurturing at a young age. They are taught old healing recipes and anatomy of the lichen. They serve in the hospitals, nursing centers, and orphanages. Their main job is caretaker. The sentinel, or warriors, are mainly male. They show great promise in being strong fighters at an early age. They are trained in combat and stealth. Trackers do exactly that. They have a keen sense of smell, even more so than a normal lichen. They are quick and quiet. From their childhood, they learn to be hidden and quick. Their sense of smell is used to track pretty much anything. I stayed in the room until I finished the entire book. It was interesting. It went into detail about the lichen's shift from man to beast and how they could control it for the most part. When the lichen got angry, its wolf would push forward, and sometimes the shift would be involuntary. It showed the changing anatomies of the man in his transition to beast. It looked painful and unreal. There were pictures and descriptions of the pain that came with the first shift and every one after. The lichen could begin its transformation at puberty, whenever it would hit the normal person. There was so much detail on this one fictional creature. It was incredible. I applauded the creativity of whoever wrote this. It was very specific. When I finished the book, I stretched and tucked the book under my arm. I remembered Elias saying that he worked in his home office often, and I needed to talk to him about this book. I didn't knock before entering, and in hindsight, I should have. In my defense, I wasn't expecting anyone else to be in the house. Elias was in a deep discussion with two men. One of them I recognized as Elias' brother, Taylor. Regardless, Elias smiled when he saw me. I probably looked like a deer caught in the headlights. "Nova," he smiled. He motioned for me to join him at his desk. Paralleled against my option to just stand at the door, I went to Elias. I walked hesitantly over to him, and he pulled me into his lap. I could feel the blush creep up my neck. I didn't realize you had company," I said shyly, standing. I motioned to the book. "I was just going to give this back to you," I said quickly. I turned to leave, but Elias caught my wrist. "Wait, Nova. What did you think?" he asked. I glanced at Taylor and the other strange man in the room. We can discuss it later since you're busy, I said, trying to leave. Elias chuckled and sat me on his desk. It's okay, love. Taylor and Peyton don't bite, Elias said, to which both men chuckled as if the opposite were true. I looked at my fingers clasped in my lap and shrugged. I think it's a very descriptive and detailed piece of fiction. Whoever wrote it had quite the imagination, and I commend them for that. It was truly entertaining, I answered softly. Fiction, the man, Peyton, asked. Peyton looked like the pretty, golden boy that everyone loved in high school. His stature was that of a jock, and with his golden hair and blue eyes, he was the poster child for an all-American man. I looked at him confused. He seemed offended, while Taylor sat smirking like the cocky bastard he probably was. You believe it? I asked Peyton. He glared at me before turning his glare to Elias. You haven't told her yet? Peyton asked Elias in Croatian, I assumed. No, it's a process and I don't want to scare her, Elias replied. I sighed in frustration. Could you guys stop speaking a different language when I'm right here? Thanks, I said bitterly. Elias chuckled and took my hands in his. You'll catch on eventually, Cupcake, he smiled. I mentally rolled my eyes at the stupid nickname. So about the book, do you believe any of it could be real? He asked. I shrugged. I had always been able to keep an open mind about the supernatural, but nothing I'd ever seen up to this point gave me any proof of their existence. I think the idea of soulmates is beautiful and ancient. I don't know how feasible it is though. I don't believe in love at first sight. I believe there can be lust at first sight, but you can't know that you love someone until you know him or her. I don't think there are any exceptions to that rule. As far as the whole lichen concept as a whole is concerned, I don't think a man's body would completely shift on command with the snap of a finger. Furthermore, the beast has no downside, no negative to balance out the possibility of something so unnatural. There's a consequence for everything. This lichen creature has no consequence, just talents and hyperactive senses. It's not feasible, I ranted. All three of them stared at me shocked. I had the gift of gab and I knew it. That, plus, my love for English, made me talk a lot. I blushed crimson as I realized that I just went off on a tangent. It'll be up in my room, I said quickly before I rushed out of the office and to my bedroom. It's funny how I was already calling it mine, like I accepted the fact that I was staying here. Hopefully, Nolan and my dad got my message and were working on a way to retrieve me. I didn't mind Elias, Taylor, or even Peyton, but I knew I couldn't stay here forever. The next morning, I woke to the sound of a baby. Confused, I yawned, and looked around confused. I brushed my teeth and hair before I followed the crying to a room down the hall from me. I saw a baby that couldn't be older than 8 months old. I looked around, but it was just this baby boy. My need to nurture kicked in and I picked the baby out of the crib and cradled him. There was an embroidered pillow with the name Rhett on it. I cooed him as I started bouncing him gently. "Aw, Rhett. What's the matter, pretty boy?" I asked in a baby voice. I shushed him and tried to get him to calm down. Eventually, he did. "Who are you?" I heard from behind me. I turned to see a woman with blonde hair and tired brown eyes. Her eyes held bags and her demeanor just looked tired. She must have been Rhett's mother. "Oh, I'm Novelin, or Nova, you must be Rhett's mother." "Sorry," I heard him crying and couldn't help myself. I blushed embarrassed. She sighed and collapsed in the rocker. "No, it's okay. I should be thanking you, I'm so exhausted." "I'm Jasmine but everyone just calls me Minnie," she smiled tiredly. "Has probably hungry," she sighed. "I can take care of him if you want to sleep more and am really good with kids," I offered. She smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Luna. His bottles are downstairs in the refrigerator," she said before she scurried out of the room. "Luna? My name is Nova," I called after her. I looked down at the curious little thing and couldn't help but to smile. "Let's go get you some food," I cooed at the baby. He smiled and kicked his legs happily. I chuckled as I took him down to the kitchen. I pulled open the fridge and saw the bottles with Rhett's name on it. I popped it in the microwave for just a little bit before I tested it and fed the bottle to Rhett. I sat with him in the living room as the TV droned on numbly. I noticed that Rhett's skin felt a little hot. "Nova, what are you doing?" Elias' voice reached me. I turned my head slightly to see him walking in with Taylor. Taylor looked shocked and amused. "And what are you doing with my baby?" Taylor added. I shrugged and turned my attention back to Rhett. "I found him. He was crying and that's how I ended up here with him." I shrugged. Taylor chuckled. "He likes you." "You know, I'm surprised Minnie didn't grab him. She can be a little overprotective sometimes," he said, sitting next to me as Elias took the open seat on my other side. "Minnie seems nice, tired, but a genuine person." I smiled. "She saw you holding Rhett and she didn't freak out?" Taylor asked, surprised. I shrugged. "She said to take him and she left," I explained. He chuckled. "I can't believe it." "She must really be tired," Taylor smiled, shaking his head. "I don't mind. Rhett is a cutie," I said as he finished the bottle. Taylor held his hands out for Rhett. "Just burp him," I instructed. Taylor chuckled. "I know how to take care of my baby." Taylor rolled his eyes. "He has a fever, though," I added. "When's the last time he saw a doctor?" I asked. Taylor began burping Rhett as he turned back to me. "Never. We had a home birth and then he was fine, so we never went to the hospital," Taylor explained. "You should take him to get seen and get his immunizations. It's important for newborns, and if he hasn't gotten them yet, he's defenseless against hundreds of sicknesses and diseases," I said. Taylor nodded as a small smile graced his lips. "Thanks," he said sincerely before he disappeared up the stairs. I caught Elias, staring at me in admiration. "What?" I blushed as I looked at my feet. He stood suddenly. "Go get dressed. I'm going to show you around town," he said. I had to admit, I was kind of curious. The town looked nice from the car ride to the house. I was curious to see if the town was as happy as it seemed from the quick ride. I smiled and darted up the stairs. I was actually excited to go outside of the house for the first time. I quickly showered and ran mousse through my hair before it could get frizzy. After pinning my bangs back with a simple clip, I brushed my teeth and went to find something suitable. I remembered what Elias said about the town waiting to meet me. I thought it was odd, but I figured that jeans and a t-shirt wouldn't suffice. I dug through the closet until I found the perfect sundress. It was sort of stretchy with a small V-neck. The pattern was made up of Hawaiian flowers on a sky blue background. It was tight until the waist, and then it flowed to just above my knees. I paired it with white Converse. After I felt suitably dressed, I met Elias back in the living room. He looked over my attire shocked. I suddenly felt self-conscious as I held my arms in front of my stomach and blushed. "I'll go change," I muttered quickly, turning on my heels. Elias caught my arm gently and pulled me closer to him. "No, you look great, love." I wasn't expecting a dress," he said softly. I blushed even more, if that was even possible. He looked at my face confused. "I liked your freckles," he said. I shrugged, tossing my hair over my shoulder. "Okay, so maybe I put on a little makeup as well." Those townswomen really thought of everything. "Ready?" I asked, trying to change the subject. He smirked and offered me his arm. "You look beautiful, Cupcake," he said. I glared at him out of the corner of my eye. "My name is not Cupcake," I glowered. He only chuckled as we walked out of the house. "Sure thing, Cupcake," he teased. I groaned and threw my head back dramatically. "Seriously, Eli, my name isn't that hard." "It's 4 letters, I argued. He only laughed. He full-blown laughed. The town was pretty much all within walking distance. The weather was just comfortable enough to not be too cold or too hot. The people of the town greeted us as if we were royalty. These people were deliriously happy. Drugs. Drugs were the only answer I had for how happy these people seemed. I would have to remember to stay away from the water. We eventually ended up at a marketplace. It was huge. We entered from outside where vendors were set up everywhere. There was everything from carpets to fresh fruits. The inside was completed with a huge food court and tons of stores from Nike to Victoria's Secret to GNC. They had everything. We looked around for a bit, and Elias even got me a few things before we settled in the food court to eat. I chose a cute little Vietnamese restaurant while Elias went for Burger King. We got our food and sat down to eat. I spun the noodles on my fork and took a bite. It was truly delicious. "So this is your town," I said after I swallowed the food. He smiled. "It's your town, now, too, Cupcake," he said. My smile dropped and I sighed. Elias only laughed before he took another bite of his burger. "I don't even know why I still try," I muttered to myself before I finished the rest of my food and quietly as Elias went on and on about the town and the people in it. It was really interesting, watching him get excited about what he was talking about. It made me smile. I could tell that he really cared about this town and its people. After we finished eating, we continued our tour to the high school, middle school, and the elementary school. I lingered in the elementary school a bit before we walked to a building near the school. It was quiet and looked quite homey. "Eli, where are we?" I asked. His smile was tight, and he looked uncomfortable. "I personally don't like being here, but I have a feeling you would love it," he said. We walked inside to be met with a reception area. A moment later, a middle-aged woman rushed to the desk. Her ivory skin was flushed pink, she had high cheekbones and small almond-shaped light brown eyes. Her black hair was pulled into a loose bun on the top of her head. "Mr. Madsen, it's an honor to have you here. What can I help you with today?" she asked in a rush. "Nova here loves doing this kind of stuff. I'll be back in a few hours to pick her up," he said. I turned to him confused. "Wait, you're leaving me?" I asked, confused and slightly hurt by the thought. "Yes, but only for a little bit. You'll love it and I have some work to do," he explained. I couldn't explain it, but I didn't want to be apart from him and I hated that. "Only a few hours?" I asked for confirmation. He chuckled with a sense of arrogance and took my hand in his. "Only a few hours, Cupcake," he said. I rolled my eyes and pulled my hand out of his. A look of pain crossed his features, but only for a brief second. He sighed and looked at the floor for a moment. "Have fun," he muttered before he left. I knew I hurt his feelings, but from what? Pulling away from him? I sighed and just let it go. I would never understand Elias and I didn't expect that to change anytime soon. The woman bowed her head slightly in a nervous manner. I held my hand out to her instead. "My name is Nova," I introduced myself with a smile. She looked at me in wonder before she hesitantly shook my hand. "Imwa Yana," she introduced herself. "That's such a pretty name, Yana. So, where are we exactly?" "What is this building?" I asked. "It's the town's orphanage," she answered easily. "And your timing is perfect. I could use some help, the little ones are about to wake up from their nap," she said. I felt my heart break a little. The orphanage? And it seemed like this poor woman was running it by herself. "How many kids live here?" I asked. 8, she said. "Mostly toddlers and younger children, but there is a baby and a few preteens," she explained. "Baby?" I asked, shocked. Did these people give their children away? How did they end up here? I found myself wondering a lot of questions. "Opal, she's about 10 months old. Her parents died in an attack recently. She came with her 5-year-old brother," Yana explained. I found myself smiling sympathetically at the exhausted woman. Well, I would love to help, and have some experience with children. "Just point me in the right direction," I said. Yana gave me a tour of the house. It was honestly just a big house. There was a giant kitchen, multiple bedrooms and bathrooms, a playroom, a media room, and a playground outside. The only thing that wasn't very house-like was the reception area. After the children woke from their nap, we fed them lunch, which I helped prepare while they were still sleeping. Yana had me do story time while she cleaned up the lunch from mess. She wanted me to get to know the children, and I did too. I picked up a random book off a shelf full of fairy tales and tried to get them all to sit still, so I could begin. There was Opal, the baby, with her big brother, Oliver. They both had jet black hair and hazel eyes. Oliver, I noticed, was very shy and protective of his sister. He insisted on carrying her, if we let him, or he would try to teach her how to walk. But more than likely, he just had to have an eye on her. There was a set of twins, Alana and Anya. They were bubbly, bouncy 6-year-olds with long, curly light brown hair and green eyes. Matthew was 3 years old. He was the reckless time who seemed to accumulate a different scar on the hour by doing something like running full force into a wall. His unruly short blonde hair and mischievous blue eyes seemed to fit his personality. I had a feeling he was going to be a heartbreaker when he grew up. Yana informed me about the other 3 children, Kennedy, Elliot, and Grier, who were at school. Kennedy was 10, while Elliot and Grier were 13 and 14 years old. Eventually, after threatening to take away story time, I got them to calm down enough to begin. Right away, Alana and Anya crawled into my lap on either side and rested their bouncy curls against my chest. The other children seemed engrossed in the story as well and kept scooting closer. Well, Matthew kept getting up and running in a circle, before he realized that no one was chasing him and he would sit back down. I swear that kid had ADHD. After story time, the kids went out to the playground to play. Yana and I supervised. I was actually holding Opal until she started crying. Yana took her inside and Alana and Anya ran up to me with their identical smiling faces looking up at me. "Luna, can we play Candyland?" Anya asked. It was easy to tell them apart at the moment because Yana put a pink bow in Alana's hair and a purple one in Anya's. I smiled at them and took their hands. "I would love to, but I have to make sure I can see all of you," I declined. They looked so sad and vulnerable when I said that, I felt bad. "You can go ahead into the playroom. I put Opal in her crib in there so you can keep an ear out for me," Yana said, coming to stand next to me. The girls instantly looked at each other and smiled before I was being pulled into the house and straight to the playroom. The twins were laughing the whole way. For a pair of 6-year-olds, they were pretty strong. We settled into our game quickly, having fun. I heard from behind me. I knew who it was immediately. I turned to see Elias standing in the doorway in all his glory. I smiled and nodded. As soon as I stood, Alana and Anya grabbed my legs. I almost fell over, but Elias held me steady. "Please stay, Nona," they begged profusely. They couldn't quite pronounce my name correctly, so they just called me Nona. I sat back down and they crawled into my lap. "Please don't go," they pouted with puppy dog eyes. I couldn't say no to those eyes, especially when there were 2 pair of them. I had to stay now. I turned and gave Elias the same puppy dog eyes as the girls turned their attention to him as well. Elias sighed defeat. "How about you girls both just stay at the pack house with Nova," he offered instead. They both gasped before going off excitedly. "Really?" they said in unison. They started bouncing around Elias in circles and giggling. "Sit still," Elias growled sternly. They sat still next to me and closed their mouths immediately. It was so cute. "Nova, find Yana so she can make a bag for them," he said. I stood and kissed his cheek before I went to the playground. Yana had me watch the rest of the kids while she went to pack the girls a bag. She came back empty-handed. I looked at her confused. "Where are the bags?" I asked. She smiled sweetly. "Master Madsen, this is very generous of you," Yana said to him instead before she turned to me. "They have already been placed in the SUV waiting outside," she explained. I thanked her before I went outside to see that, sure enough, there was a black SUV with tinted windows waiting for us. The girls sprinted to the car and climbed inside. Elias must have brought that with him. There were car seats in the back seat, making me think that Elias probably called someone while I was going to get Yana. I strapped the girls in and we were off. Elias drove the short drive back to the house. As soon as Elias parked, the girls were struggling to undo their seatbelts. As soon as they were undone, the girls took off inside the house. "Alana, Anya," I called once we got inside. I heard the little pitter-patter of tiny feet running closer before they were bouncing in place in front of me, trying to suppress their giggles. Elias came up beside me and looked at the girls. He spared me a glance before he sighed. "The room next to Nova's is set up for you too," he said in monotone. I was excited too, this time. I ran up the stairs with the twins at my heels. I threw open the door next to mine. There were 2 twin beds set up with pink princess blankets. He wasn't kidding when he said that the room was set up for them, specifically. The girls squealed before they each chose a bed and jumped on it, giggling. He would probably deny it, but the corner of Elias' mouth did pull up just slightly. "We have a big day tomorrow, so rest up," he said to them before he left. They each grabbed their bag and began fishing through it for their pajamas. I smiled at them as I leaned against the doorframe. "Alana, Enya, I'm going to talk to Eli, but I'll be back to say goodnight, okay?" I said. "Okay." They smiled in unison before they went back to their bags. I chuckled and shook my head before I went to look for Elias. I checked his office first. When he wasn't there, I remember him saying that his room was on the 4th floor. I walked up the flights of stairs before coming onto a door that blocked the entire floor. I hesitantly knocked. "Come in," Elias said from the other side of the door. I cracked it open before I walked in. I looked around the room in awe. The entire 4th floor was his room. He had a few couches facing a TV on the far right wall and a giant extra California king-sized bed against the back wall. His bathroom doors were open on the left. I assumed the other set of doors led to an excessive walk-in closet. There were dressers and even a vanity. There were big windows lining the blank parts of the walls, making the room feel open and airy. The plush cream carpet felt good against my feet. The furniture was all made out of cherry red wood, giving the giant room a homey feel still. Elias chuckled at my expression. "This is my room," he smiled at me. I momentarily forgot why I came up here in the first place. I wrapped my arms around his neck in a hug when he got closer. Elias froze before he gently hugged me back. "Thank you," I said sincerely. His long arms wrapped around my thin frame completely as he buried his head in the crook of my neck. His breath tickled my throat and neck, sending excited tingles through my body and making me feel warm and protected. I felt hyper-aware of every inch of him that was touching me. His hair tickled my cheek and his broad hands held me firmly. After a long quiet moment, I pulled away, much to his dismay, and smiled at him softly. He reluctantly took a step back and cleared his throat. "So what's the plan of the day for tomorrow?" I asked, remembering what he said to the girls. "I figured we could go on a picnic and then go for a swim at this lake in a wooded area of town," he explained. "We?" I asked curiously. He shrugged. "Alana, Anya, you, and me," he elaborated. "I didn't think you would want to go. You were so uncomfortable around the orphanage and around the girls," I noted. He shrugged, his face looking more tired and defeated. "That's because I know how each of their parents died. I had to confirm their deaths and place the kids in a new home. Some of them had family members willing to take them in, but those kids are all alone, and I hate that there is nothing I can do about it except hope someone will adopt them, but I hate that I can't give them a family. Nobody wants them, and no one should have to grow up with that thought," he explained. "I feel like I failed them." "Well, poor Yana, she's taking care of all those kids by herself," I noted. "How did she end up being the only one?" I asked. "She's widowed. Her husband died and she miscarried. She was about to give up on her life when she found out that no one was looking after these kids well. She threw herself into caring for them, and treats them like they're her own kids. She shows them love, but I know that it won't be enough for those kids," he explained. That's really sad, I said, more to myself than to him. You can help her all you want now that you're here. I'm sure the kids would love that, he said. I sighed and moved back towards the door. I promised to say goodnight to the girls, but thank you, I smiled at him. I went back to the girls' room to find them dressed and waiting. I smiled and pulled the covers over each of them, tucking them in and kissing them goodnight. I turned off the lights and soft, snoring soon followed. I mentally smiled at how tired they were. As far as I knew, this was probably the most exciting day of their life. I closed the door softly behind me to find Elias waiting on the other side. They're asleep, I said quietly as I moved away from the door and into my room. Once I sat on the bed, I noticed how truly worried Elias looked. I stood again and placed a gentle hand on his arm. I tried to ignore the butterflies running amok in my stomach. The feeling I had when he touched me seemed to be getting stronger with time. What's wrong? I asked, worried myself. He took my hand and led me back to his room. I was starting to get nervous. We went inside, closing the door behind us, and he sat me down on the couch before he began pacing in front of me. Elias, I said quietly, trying to bring his attention back to me. He looked at me and sighed. I have to tell you something, he said. I was starting to get really nervous now. I'm not really a good person. Hell, I'm hardly a person at all, he said in a rush. Whoa, Eli, slow down, what are you saying? I asked. Even though Elias seemed like an okay guy, I was still hoping for a way out of here. This town, although it had its moments today, was batshit crazy. Elias struggled with words before he sighed in defeat. Nothing, never mind, forget I said anything. Good night, Nova, he said defeatedly. I knew whatever it was really eating him because he didn't even call me Cupcake this time. I hesitantly stood before I left. I don't know what that was about, but I had an idea. I stopped at the door and looked back at Elias. Eli? I asked sweetly. He looked up to me hopefully. I don't think the girls have swimsuits. Would you mind taking them tomorrow? Make a basket while you're gone, I offered. He smiled tiredly and nodded. Sounds good, he said simply. I turned and went back to my room. Tomorrow would be try number 3. The next morning, I waited until I saw Elias drive off with the girls before I snuck downstairs and into his office. I searched around his deck. I found a landline phone. Who even uses landlines still anyway? I put the phone to my ear and heard the glorious dial tone. I quickly punched in the number and waited. Hello, the groggy voice answered. What the hell are you still doing asleep at 10 a.m., Nolan? I asked, slightly irritated that he wasn't up yet. Nova? He asked, confused. I rolled my eyes. Duh. I said in a hushed tone. I spent the night at Mason's place and, wait, how are you calling me? He asked. I found a phone, I answered simply. Not the point right now. Did you find Rigger Moon on a map? I asked. No, I didn't. So I called Mason. Luckily he knew exactly where it was. He said that was the easy part though. Mason says that the town's leader is a power-hungry maniac. I think you're in a lot of trouble there, Nova. We're working on a way to try and get you out of there, I promise, Nolan explained. I sighed in relief. Is that Nova? I heard Mason's voice in the background. There was shuffling of the phone before I heard Mason again. Look, Nova, for now, just play along with whatever Elias says. As long as he has you locked in that house, it's going to be difficult to get you out of there. But my father is working on something, Mason promised. I felt twin tears leak from my eyes. I miss you, I said quietly. The other line was quiet for a moment. I miss you too. I'm coming for you, I promise. I'm not going to let anything happen to you, Mason said with such conviction that I believed him. I may not have felt the same things with Mason that I felt with Elias, but he was my first love, and I still loved him. I sniffled and brushed my tears away. Elias is taking me to some lake in the woods in town today, but there will be 2 little girls with us, I explained. For now, just play along and be careful. Elias is powerful and dangerous. Well, figure something out, Mason promised. The door swung open, and I froze. What are you doing? Peyton asked accusingly. I was frozen with the phone to my ear. I was caught red-handed. I heard the dial tone and knew Mason hung up. I quickly masked my fear and put a smile on my face. Ordering a pizza from Domino's, I lied. I kind of promised I would make a picnic basket, but honestly, all I want is some pizza, I continued easily. Peyton rolled his eyes and walked closer to me. Domino's doesn't deliver here. We have a Pizza Hut in town though, he said, gently moving me aside and dialing the number before handing the phone back to me. I mentally let out a huge sigh of relief. That was way too close. I started ordering pizzas when I realized that I didn't know what Elias liked. Peyton seemed to realize that too when I froze up. He held his hand out for the phone. I gave it to him, not feeling like fighting him on just telling me. And 10 more large deep dish meat lovers pizza with cheesy crust and another large cheese pizza, he added. My eyes widened at the amount. 11 pizzas for 4 people? Surely that wasn't necessary. To the Alpha's house, Peyton said before he hung up. Alpha? Where have I heard that before? Peyton squinted his eyes at me in a scrutinizing way. It made me uncomfortable. Next time, ask someone first, he said. I nodded quickly. I went back to my room and looked through my drawers before I found a teal blue bikini. It was a little too revealing for my taste, but it was cute. I pulled my hair back into a ponytail and put a pair of high-waisted blue jean shorts and a simple white tank top on over the swimsuit. I stuck my feet in a pair of Converse and sighed. Nova, Elias said from my doorway. I looked at him surprised. I didn't even hear him come in. He looked at me confused. What's wrong? He asked. I blushed and shook my head. Nothing, nothing, I stammered. Elias came in and took my hand gently. I felt the tingles run up my arm, making me blush even more. He's dangerous. Peyton told me you ordered pizza for our picnic, he said. I nodded and averted my eyes. Yeah, I did. I think they should be here soon. But I don't know since Peyton ordered like 100 of them. I exaggerated. Where are the girls? I asked. They're downstairs waiting on us and the pizza apparently, he chuckled. He paused and looked off as his eyes glazed over before he looked back to me. Now they're just waiting on us, he said. I nodded and started for the stairs. I walked down to see the twins bouncing in the bar seats with a huge basket in between them. They smiled and hopped down when they saw us. Alana started pulling me towards the door as Anya grabbed Elias and did the same. We got in the SUV with the basket full of pizza and took off. Elias stopped the SUV in a parking lot before we went the rest of the way on foot. We walked through the woods until we got to the clearing. It was so beautiful that it made me stop. There was a decent-sized lake and the lush green grass was low. The trees around the area almost created a perfect circle. Elias set out the blanket and began pulling out the boxes of pizza. The girls sat on the blanket obediently. I sat as well and we all ate, although I wasn't all that hungry. My conversation with Mason kept running through my head. The girls went to play in the lake, so what do you think? Elias asked me. I was about to reply when we heard a growling. It was so loud that the girls got out of the lake and sat in between Elias and I. Elias turned towards the noise and crouched defensively. I was shocked when a growl escaped his throat with even more ferocity. A large wolf emerged from the tree line. Right after, another appeared. 3 stalked closer to us before there was Mason, dressed in nothing but a pair of basketball shorts. Mason? I said, happy and confused at the same time. I took a step towards him before Elias pushed me back. Stay behind me, Elias growled. The wind was knocked out of me by the push. I gasped and rolled over to my stomach. I coughed and tried to catch my breath as I got to my feet. I saw the twins cowering on the blanket. If Mason and Elias were there, I knew the girls would be okay. I ran. Nova! Elias yelled. The growling turned into snarling. I didn't look back. The branches scratched me, but I kept pushing. A pair of arms wrapped around my waist and I took a deep breath. I was ready to scream, but a hand covered my mouth. I thrashed and fought. Nova, Nova, calm down. It's me, it's just me, the voice said. I stopped fighting and turned to see Mason. I sighed in relief and hugged him tightly. Oh, thank God, I breathed. Mason held me in a vice grip as he kissed my head. He pulled away and looked over his shoulder. We have to get you out of here now, he said quickly. He took my hand and we were running. I could see the parking lot before I was ripped away from Mason. My back hit a tree, making pain shoot up my spine. I gasped as I hit the floor. There was a growling that vibrated the forest floor and a large gray wolf. I gasped as my vision began to get clearer. Mason was coughing on his butt. Mason, I tried to say, but I couldn't hear my own voice. The gray wolf looked bloodthirsty. I knew what he wanted, and I couldn't let it happen. Using all the strength I had left, I pushed myself forward and over Mason's body. I sobbed and waited for the pain, but it never came. Well, at least not in the way I expected. I screamed as teeth sunk into my shoulder. I was yanked up by my arm and held close to someone. I knew that feeling, Elias. I felt myself sobbing and going limp, but I didn't understand. I wasn't in control of my body anymore. Nothing was making sense. She's my mate. You can't take her from me, Elias growled. She's not yours to take. She has a life and a family. The last thing she wants is to be holed away to give you pups for the rest of her life, Mason snarled. Elias laughed, but it wasn't light and musical like it normally was. It was dark, and there was no humor in it. She is mine. Mine. I don't care if you do have alpha blood, it's no match to me. I swear to God if you try to take my mate away from me again, I'll kill you, Elias growled. I put my hand to my neck, only to pull it away, and find it covered with blood. I started hyperventilating as everything became unfocused for a moment. She called me, Mason snapped at him. Wow, I just got thrown under the bus. Elias stopped and looked at me. I felt his grip tighten. When she comes out of shock, she's going to hate you for marking her, Mason said. Everything started getting blurry. Mason growled and turned to a wolf right in front of my eyes. I was hallucinating. I was set on the ground before Elias was the gray wolf from earlier. This wasn't real. There's no way this is real. I woke with a pounding headache, looking around. I was back in the bedroom in Elias' house. I stretched my limbs to feel a dull pain in my shoulder. I touched it to find that it was bandaged. I was bitten. The wolves. Elias, Mason. The book, I almost forgot all about that book. It made sense, why he wanted me to read it, but I didn't understand. Werewolves didn't exist. It wasn't possible. She's my mate, Elias' words echoed in my head. He must have been the one who bit me. According to the book, he marked me. I felt a rush of tears flow down my cheeks. I normally wasn't this emotional. I covered my mouth with my hand to try and stop my sobs, but I couldn't. The door creaked open and Elias walked in looking like a dog with his tail between his legs. Nova, he said unsurely. Stay away from me, I stammered. I was being pulled to Elias more than before, but I was scared. I was scared of him. Nova, if you would just listen, he tried again. You kidnapped me and kept me here against my will. The least you could have done was tell me the truth. You're a monster. You were going to kill Mason, I said. He sighed and stayed close to the door. He was going to take you from me. He tried to defend himself. I asked him to. You kidnapped me, or did we forget that part? I snapped back. We both took a breath. You're my mate, I'd do anything to protect you and I would never hurt you, he promised. He looked so hurt. I felt bad for being the cause of that. I swallowed the lump in my throat and looked away from him. I never asked for this. I never asked for any of this. And if that book was true, I can't be Luna. I can't be in charge of an entire town of werewolves. All I know about werewolves is what I read in that book. And it can't be real. It's just not. I rambled. I was losing my mind, that was the only explanation. None of this was real. Any moment now I would wake up at home in my bed with my dad and my brother. Nova, it's real. What you saw yesterday was real. I'm a werewolf, I'm the alpha of Rigger Moon. Hell, the whole town is made up of werewolves. Well, there are some human mates, but the majority is lichen. You are my mate. You are meant for me and I am meant for you. You are my everything and you are the future Luna. You belong here, with me, no one is fucking taking you away from me. Do you not understand that? I will kill anyone who tries, he yelled. I flinched and watched him work into a rage. I wanted to comfort him for some God knows why reason, but I was also scared of him. Please leave me alone, I whispered. He only growled in response before he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Pull another stunt like that again and the people you love will start dying, I guarantee it. There was a reason I didn't want you to see your family, but you didn't want to listen. I will die before someone takes you away from me, know that, he said before he left the room, slamming the door behind him. I released a shay breath before the sobs began racking my body again. What was I supposed to do? I knew Elias wasn't bluffing about killing my family. I wanted to get out of here, but my gut was telling me that I wouldn't be able to leave Elias. I couldn't. I was irreversibly stuck and I knew it. Beast or no beast, I had feelings for him. I didn't want to, but I knew I did. This was going to be a problem. I spent the day in my room under the covers. I guess you would say I was sulking. There was a light knock on the door a bit later and Taylor walked in with a tray. I kept my eyes down as he brought the tray to the bedside. I'm not hungry, I whispered. I felt tired and defeated. I knew that Taylor was a werewolf too, but I couldn't bring myself to be scared of him. He was more of a big teddy bear. Plus, I didn't see him shift. What, so now you're not going to eat? He asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. He sighed and set the food on the bedside table. Are you afraid of us? Taylor asked. I hesitated before I shook my head. I'm not scared of you at all, but I'm terrified of Elias and I don't get it. I'm weirdly attracted to him but I don't want to be. I just want to go home, I said, my tears blurring my eyes once again. Taylor sighed. Nova, I don't know what to tell you. Elias he's not normally as nice as he's been lately. You brought that out of him. You make him good, but you pushed him too far, Nova. He loves you, and that's all he wants to do is love you. The guy doesn't know how to love you in a sense that won't scare you off. He tried his best and you just kept pushing. So now we're here, he tried to explain. I don't want to be here, I whispered even quieter. Taylor sighed before he left. I didn't eat the food. I didn't see Elias for the next 2 weeks. I didn't know if I was happy or upset by that fact. I could hear him every once in a while outside my door, but he never came in. Taylor came to check on me every day, but besides that, no one bothered me. I woke up with a jolt. Something was wrong. Taylor entered the room with my breakfast and set it on my bedside table like he always did. A sort of bubbling burn started in my stomach, making me uncomfortable. I placed a hand over my stomach as the burning spread. I coughed uncomfortably and shifted in the bed. Taylor covered his nose and backed up quickly. Shit, he said loudly. I was uncomfortable and confused. I looked at him before I groaned. The fire was slowly spreading through my body, making me sweat. Taylor, I groaned. I had no idea what was happening. Elias burst through the door growling. Minnie was following close behind him. She pulled his arm and Taylor blocked Elias' path. He was growling and fighting, but his eyes were on me the entire time. I groaned and arched against the bed as the fire coursed through my veins. I wanted something to douse the fire, and I knew what it was. Elias. I wanted him to touch me and bury me underneath him, but at the same time, my brain was telling me that it was wrong, that I should hate him, that I should be repulsed by him, but I wasn't. I wanted him, I needed him. Elias, I moaned, I wanted to take it back. It was like I wasn't in control of my body, I was just watching from the distance. I wanted to stop myself, but the fire was controlling me. Elias was fighting against Taylor and Minnie. A few more people showed up to restrain him. I didn't even know what was going on. Minnie, get her out of here now. Taylor growled at his mate. She picked me up off the bed. Her touch burned me. I yelled and tried to push away from her. Minnie, Taylor yelled. I fell onto the bed and moaned for Elias again. I can't. It's hurting her, she snapped back in a panic. Elias, no, Taylor yelled. Next thing I knew, Elias was touching me. His lips were on my neck and his body covered mine. I sighed in relief and found myself running my hands up his chest and onto his shoulders. His touch was dousing my fire. My body was slowly cooling off with his help, but my brain was still foggy. After a moment, he was ripped from me and the fire began again. I whimpered and called for Elias again. I needed him. Minnie scooped me up again. Get her out of here. Taylor yelled again. Minnie's touch burned me, but there was a wind and then darkness. Minnie was running, I realized. We came up to a cabin deep in the woods. Elias, where's Elias? I asked, in pain. Minnie sighed and disappeared for a second. She came back and began stripping my clothes off of me. Her touch burned, but I was more preoccupied with where I was and how far away Elias was. She carried me into the bathroom and set me in the tub. The water was freezing. I immediately tried to hop out, but Minnie held me down. No, Nova, stay. It'll cool off your heat some, she said. I whimpered as the icy water covered my body, creating goosebumps. I wanted Elias. I needed Elias. Him touching me earlier only proved that. I want Elias, I whined. Minnie sighed and pushed my hair out of my face. No, you don't, or you wouldn't if you weren't in heat. If you mate with Elias out of heat, you'll regret it. You're guaranteed to get pregnant and you'll always resent him. You won't forgive him, or yourself, she said with a sigh. I calmed a bit as the water cooled my scorching skin. Why do you hate him? She asked after a while. I sighed and closed my eyes. I don't hate him, I'm just scared of him, or more accurately, I'm scared of what he'll do and who he'll hurt to keep me with him, I tried to explain, gaining more control over my body by the second. Has been searching for you his whole life, you know. Taylor and I found each other the moment we shifted and were able to detect our mate. Elias, being an alpha, was starting to lose hope that he even had a mate, or that you were even alive. Has 27 years old. Normally, if one of us doesn't find their mate by 25, especially an alpha, they pick a stand-in mate. They choose someone to be with to keep from going mad from loneliness, Minnie explained. That had me curious. Elias didn't choose a stand-in? I asked a little hopefully. Minnie hesitated, which gave me my answer. He did, actually. Her name is Kendra. You've probably even seen her a few times. You have to understand, as an alpha, Elias had more pressure on him to have a mate. He needed a Luna. He chose her. She's headstrong and beautiful, but then again, so are you. But at the end of the day, you're his mate. He loves you, she tried to reassure me. I tried to push down the feeling of jealousy bubbling up, but it was too strong. I felt angry. I saw dots swimming in my vision before everything went black. I barely remember those 2 weeks. All I remember was the unbearable heat, ice baths, and Minnie trying to force-feed me. I was probably permanently wrinkled from all the ice baths. Finally, it ended. The heat was gone. I woke feeling sore and groggy. All I could remember was the burn coursing through my veins. There you are. Feeling better? Minnie asked me. I groaned and nodded as I held my head. I was probably dehydrated. I had a pounding headache. Minnie must have been thinking the same thing because she handed me a bottle of water. I gratefully chugged it. Where are we? I asked, confused. It occurred to me that I didn't actually know where we were. Far away from the house on the border of the Pax land, she answered. If you're ready, the car is packed up, she offered. I nodded and stood slowly. I noticed I was sore and exhausted. She helped me to the car and we were off. My fuzzy brain didn't remember it taking so long to get to the cabin. It was a good 2-hour drive back to the house. I walked in feeling tired and drained. I know I didn't owe him anything, but I felt like I needed to see Elias. I pushed open the door to his office without knocking and froze. Elias was kissing on some girl's neck. She giggled in his lap. When I walked in, they both froze. "And Nova, what are you doing here?" Elias stammered, pushing the girl off his lap gently, much to her dismay. She wasn't even ugly. She had long, shiny brown hair and sun-kissed skin. Her eyes were a very green hazel. She was tall and skinny and beautiful with legs to die for. And then there was me. I felt hurt and betrayed. I'm learning what mates are like. Isn't it just fascinating? I said sarcastically before turning on my heels. Nova, wait, he said. Against myself, I stopped. I felt the tears welling up, but I held them back. Kendra, please, Elias muttered to the girl. That felt like twisting the knife. He chose her, not me. No, allow me. I wouldn't want to interrupt anything. My apologies, Alpha. I'll remember to knock next time, I said bitterly. I ran out of the office and outside. I don't know where I was going, but I needed to get away. It had enough of this. I was sore and tired. It literally felt like I'd just been dragged through hell, only to come back to this. I pushed myself to run faster as I let my tears go. I cried as I pushed myself further away from the house. Nova, Elias said as he grabbed my arm. I looked at him as my tears fell. What more do you want from me? Just leave me alone, I cried. It was quiet for a moment. I used the opportunity to pull my arm out of his grip. I can't leave you alone, you're my mate, he said as if it were just that simple. I huffed a breath with a sarcastic smile before I rolled my eyes. Is that what we are? I couldn't tell from all the lying, threats, and cheating. So why don't you just let me go then, since I'm clearly not needed or wanted here, I said quietly. I had hoped that maybe I was jumping to conclusion. I sighed and calmed down briefly. What did you do when I was gone? I asked softly. Elias didn't answer right away, which was as good as him telling me. I held up a hand, immediately stopping him. And spare me the lies, I added. You went into heat, which essentially puts me into something similar. In order to keep from hunting you down and finishing the mating process, I had Kendra keep me preoccupied, he tried to explain delicately, but I got the picture. I squeezed my eyes shut as the tears started falling on their own accord. Elias grabbed my hand again. I quickly yanked my hand away. Just stop. Get the fuck away from me. Or better yet, just reject me. That'll probably be less painful than what you've already done. I don't want to see you. While I was practically burning alive, you were having an intimate encounter with Kendra. Now, I may not know much about werewolves or mates, but even I know that you betrayed me, I said bitterly. I'm not rejecting you, he said sternly. I grunted and threw my hands in the air in frustration. Then why the hell am I here? You say you need me, but you obviously don't. You have Kendra. You always have, right? You took me from my family, you hurt my boyfriend, you threatened the life of the people I love and put me through hell, and for what? To claim you do everything for me? If that were true, you wouldn't have been with her. You bit me, you put me through this hell and did whatever the hell you wanted in the meantime. I want to just go home and pretend none of this ever happened. I hate you, Elias Madsen, I really do, I sobbed. I regretted my words as soon as I said them. but at the same time, I meant it somewhat. I hated Elias for what he did to me, but I didn't hate him, even as much as I wanted to. I was hurt. Elias froze and just stared at me. A look of pain crossed his face. I knew I hurt him too, and a part of me wanted him to know how I felt, but the larger part ached with the thought of hurting him. It only made me mad at myself. I grunted and puffed out a breath. I hate feeling this way. I want to hate you. I want to claw your face out and leave and never come back, but I can't. You and this stupid mate bond, I ranted. Nova more, God, I can't even say it anymore. Do me a favor and put me out of my misery. Let me go home, I asked. I hated that I couldn't even bear the thought of leaving him. I didn't want to feel like this anymore. Nova, you're being ridiculous and emotional, Elias said, dismissing me. Am I, Elias? You chose Kendra before you met me and you still do apparently, I said. He shook his head. No, I choose you, he argued. I couldn't take it anymore. I broke down in sobs again. I turned away from him and started walking away. Where are you going? He asked. Home, I said over my shoulder. You don't know where you're going, he reminded me. I only shrugged and kept walking. I walked towards the trees and quickly found myself lost, but I didn't care. I just kept walking. Eventually, my crying eased and I stopped. I just stopped. What exactly was my plan? Get lost and hope that I somehow find my way home? It was getting dark. I sat against a tree and sighed. I'm sorry, I heard from in front of me. I looked up in surprise to see Elias. Have you been following me this whole time? I asked. He only shrugged. You didn't think I was going to let you wander off by yourself to get lost in the woods, did you? He said, sitting across from me. I sighed and leaned my head against the tree. I just couldn't catch a break. Elias, I said. I wasn't sure what I was going to say. At this point, I was just tired. I know I shouldn't have done what I did with Kendra. It was stupid of me and you're right. That's not how mates are supposed to act. I know that nothing I do or say will change what I've done. You are everything to me, and I do chose you, Nova, he said. I sighed and closed my eyes. I don't want to fight with you anymore, Elias. I'm tired of fighting, I said tiredly. I felt his hand over mine and squeezed it back. For once, I didn't fight the bond. I relished in the feeling of his hand on mine. I enjoyed the tingles and butterflies and the sensation of feeling safe and protected. I don't want to fight either. I know I haven't gone about this the right way, and for that I am sorry. I'll be the perfect mate, I promise, he said. I chuckled and shook my head. No, you won't, I stopped him. Regardless of if you're a werewolf or not, you're still a man. And men make mistakes, I said. Elias picked me up easily and placed me in his lap. His hand rubbed over my back, comforting me. I felt like the world couldn't touch us at this moment. I don't want to hurt you, Nova. You're not a prisoner here, he said softly. Then don't hurt me, I whispered, sitting up just enough to look at him. His hand caressed my cheek, making me sigh. My eyes fluttered at just the touch as I leaned into his hand. Your touch, I crave it more every day, I admitted quietly. Elias smiled softly and rubbed his thumb over my cheek. I love you, Nova, he said genuinely. I opened my eyes to see his eyes boring into me intensely. My breath caught as he stared at me. I found myself inching forward. I couldn't stop myself even though I wanted to. I sighed in relief as his warm, soft lips pressed against mine. I melted into him as his arms surrounded me. It was only him. All I could think about was him. I tangled my hands in his hair, his body hovered over mine. I don't even remember lying down. His hands roamed my body eagerly. He broke away from the kiss first, but my hungry lips searched for his again. Nova, we have to stop, he breathed. I tried to bring his lips back to mine, but he resisted. No, please, I asked in a whimper before I could stop myself. He groaned before he let go altogether. Well, take it slow, he said. I've already scared you so much. I don't want you to resent me any more than you already do, he said. I reached out and touched his cheek gently. I can't bring myself to resent you anymore. As much as you've done, Elias, I don't hate you. I want to but I can't, I tried to explain. Can we go back now? He asked. I simply nodded. We can go home now, I agreed. He stood and offered me a hand. I took it and stood next to him. He didn't let go of my hand and I didn't want him to. We strolled back through the forest at a leisurely pace. It was comfortable and quiet. We'd come to an understanding of sorts. Minnie and Taylor were waiting outside for us. Minnie hugged me as soon as we stepped up to the house. Are you okay? She asked. I nodded and hugged her back. Just tired, I said. Elias brought me back to him gently and kissed my head. I wanted to melt into him again. If I were honest with myself, I loved the feeling of Elias' touch. Elias brought me back inside. He took me up to my room and sat me down on the bed. There were no words exchanged. Elias simply took off my shoes and placed them aside. He was on his knee in front of me. He took my hand in his and kissed it. Good night, my love, he said gently. I felt a longing feeling fill me at the thought of him leaving. I was almost tempted to ask him to stay, but I resisted. I was done fighting with him, but that doesn't mean I was going to let him in fully right of the bat. What he did was still wrong, and he would pay for it as much as I could tolerate. Good night, I said softly, standing. He gave me one last longing look before he left, closing the door behind him. The pull to follow him and never leave his side was strong, so I threw myself into getting ready for bed. I finally fell asleep dreaming of Elias. I woke feeling a soft touch on my cheek. I smiled gently as my eyes fluttered open. I saw Elias lying next to me and caressing me. Good morning, Cupcake, he said softly. I chuckled lightly. I never thought I would miss him saying that, but I did. What are you doing here? I asked. He chuckled. I couldn't wait for you to wake up, he said simply. I sighed before I sat up. I'm awake, I said tiredly. What are we doing? I asked. Nothing, he answered. I want to know everything about you. So today, I learn. We won't have to go anywhere, he said. I was slowly trying to process what was going on. Suddenly, I was wrapped in Elias' arms. What do you want to know? I asked, snuggling closer to him. Favorite color, he asked. Blue, I said automatically. That was only the first of a series of a million questions. Some were pointless, but some were actually interesting. Elias always answered his own question for me, so I knew his answer as well. The questioning went on for days, literally. It was incredibly intimate. We didn't see anyone during our intimate time. Taylor, Minnie, everyone scattered. It was just the two of us, and I loved it. It was what we needed to get closer, and we were. Sure, we didn't start off the best, but things were getting better. Chicken or beef? He asked as he cooked. And yes, I said cook. He was actually pretty decent. I moved around him to the refrigerator. I pulled out the grape juice and grabbed 2 glasses. Fish, I said. Fish. It has no substance at all. You could literally eat it for hours and never get full. Beef, all the way. 10 minutes and you're stuffed, he said. I smiled and shook my head as I placed the glasses on the table. Eternal sunshine or rain? I asked. I had been asking a few questions of my own. Sun, rain would get way too glum and gloomy, he answered. I shrugged and agreed. I would rather have sunshine, too. Elias kissed my cheek before he set the food down next to the drinks. Granted, now our questions were getting a bit more pointless, but it was good to know things about him that I pictured no one else knew. We ate dinner before we went back to his room, and yes, I said his room. It was my pit stop, before bed. I sat crisscross in his bed and played with the blankets. How did you get in contact with Alpha Peter's son? He asked. I looked at him confused. Who? Mason? I asked. He nodded. So Peter was an alpha too, just great. Pizza, I said suddenly, confusing Elias. I'd just finished talking to him on the phone when Peyton walked in and ordered the pizza for our picnic, I said honestly. He hesitated as he played with my hand. Do you still want to leave? He asked unsurely. I stayed quiet as I really thought about it. Did I? My neck tingled where Elias marked me. I tried to imagine how my life would be if I left and went back home. I would never see Elias again. That thought made me uncomfortable, but I knew that it was just the mate bond. In all honesty, I had no idea what I wanted to do anymore. I don't know, I answered honestly. I held Elias' hand in mine, and played with his fingers. I liked the feeling of warmth and protection I felt. I shook my head. I don't think I could leave right now. Granted, we didn't start off the best and I miss my family like crazy. I don't think I could take it if I never saw you again, ever. I don't know if it's the mate bond or Stockholm syndrome, but I don't understand my feelings for you. And when you kissed me, I never felt a kiss like that before. It literally took my breath away and I didn't want it to end. But I didn't want to get closer to you either because you hurt me, and I don't want to get hurt again, I tried to explain. His hand pulled out of mine and went to my cheek. I'm not trying to hurt you, he assured me. I sighed and looked at the sheets before I prepared my next question. Why was it so easy for you to be with her when I went into heat? I asked quietly. His movement stopped before he sighed and held my hand again. He knew exactly what I was talking about, because I'd been with her before. Kendra was going to be Luna before I met you. As far as mates go, I thought I missed my opportunity to be with you. I thought you were dead. I'm 27 years old and I didn't find you until 6 months ago. That's not normal for Lycan. When you went into heat, I couldn't control myself. I wanted you so bad, but I knew I couldn't have you because you would hate me. Kendra offered a solution, and I was too blinded by you heat to argue, he explained. I'm not going to lie, that hurt. How am I supposed to know that you won't do it again? I'm just going to have to hope. I asked. I knew my face was probably turning red. He pulled my chin up and made me look at him, because I learned from my mistakes, and I don't want to risk losing you again. I care about you, Novelin. I love you, he said. I believed him, and that's what scared me. He moved to kiss me and I turned my cheek at the last second. Is Kendra still? Do you still talk to her? I asked. He hesitated. She's in the pack, Nova. I have no choice, plus, she's a dear friend of mine. I've known her for a long time, he said. I felt irritated by the thought. Why? I asked automatically. Nova, he sighed. I shook my head and he stopped. No, don't bother, Eli. I'm going to go to bed, I said defeatedly. Every time we would make stride, something brought us right back. It was tragic really because every time, I thought we were actually getting somewhere. 1 step forward, 2 steps back. The next morning, I didn't wake up with Elias in the room, like he had been for the last week. I guess our intimate time was over. I should have known it was too good to last. He wasn't in the house anywhere. I walked downstairs to see a guy sitting on the couch. I looked at him curiously. When he saw me, he stood and bowed. Luna, he said respectfully. I walked in the living room. No, don't do that. I'm Nova, just Nova, I said. Who are you? I asked. I'm Darius. The Alpha sent me to watch after you while he is away on pack business, he explained. I thought Peyton normally babysat me when Elias was away. I guess after the pizza. Surprise, it's actually Mason incident. Peyton wasn't watching me anymore. You can relax, I said. He sat on the couch and faced the TV. I turned and headed for the kitchen, making Darius jump to his feet again immediately. Luna, where are you going? He asked. Darius followed me into the kitchen. I ignored him and made something to eat for myself. Minnie came down to the kitchen with Rhett. I cooed over him and held him while Minnie made him a bottle. So who all lives here? I asked out of curiosity. I knew this was Elias' house, but he had a few select people actually living here, me being one. Minnie shrugged and cradled Rhett as she fed him a bottle. Well, obviously, you, the Alpha, Taylor, Rhett, Kendra, and me, she answered. What? What do you mean? I thought this was Elias' house, I asked. She nodded. It is, she said before she left. I didn't know what to say anymore. Sure, I'd seen her around before the whole heat incident, but I didn't know that she lived here. I turned to Darius. I was fuming. He should have mentioned something about that. Tell Elias to get his ass home, right now, I growled at him. He looked at me shocked. Luna, I don't think. Now. I said before I took the rest of my food up to my room. I ate angrily and set the plate aside as I waited impatiently. Half an hour later, Elias burst in the room looking around worried. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Elias rambled, looking me over worried. I stood with a glare and my arms crossed. Words could not describe how angry I was. Elias was slowly getting it. Oh, what did I do this time? He asked, stepping back. You don't think it would have been important to tell me that the person that keeps getting in between us lives here? She lives here. Really, Elias? She is living here? I asked, irritated, raising my voice. Nova, you're overreacting, he said. My eyes widened. If there was one thing you should never tell an angry woman, it was that she's overreacting and that she needs to calm down. Overreacting. You were with her when I went into heat. If you want me to believe that you won't do it again, you'll get rid of her. I want her out, I seethed. There's no need to be jealous, Cupcake. Kendra has been living here for 2 years, he said. That was an insult to injury. All this time, you didn't think that that would be a problem when I got here? I asked incredulously. I want her gone, I snapped. That's not going to happen, Nova. At least not immediately. This is her home, Elias said. I could feel the power behind his words, but it only made angrier. Screw you. I yelled at him before I left the room. Nova, he called after me. I didn't stop. I went downstairs and out the door. I walked through town and ended up at the orphanage. I went straight back to the classroom where I knew Yana would be. Nona. Alana and Anya yelled in unison. They ran up to me and hugged me. I immediately smiled and hugged them back. The last time I saw them wasn't pleasant for them, I knew. Glad to see you back, Luna, Yana said. I held up a hand as I sat with her. Please, Yana, just Nova, I said. I helped her with the kids for the rest of the day. Elias didn't come around, and I didn't know if I was upset or grateful about that. I got to meet the other children I missed last time. It was dark before Elias came to get me. I said goodbye to the kids before I left with Elias. We were both quiet the whole way back. Neither of us said anything until I was back in my room. I stood next to my bed and crossed my arms. I knew he wasn't going to leave without saying something first. I don't like it when you walk away from me, he said, breaking the silence. Then don't piss me off, I said, crossing my arms again. I sighed and stood. I'm going to bed so you can leave now, I said quietly. Don't be upset with me, please. My wolf doesn't like it, he said. I scoffed and rolled my eyes. You're so bipolar. 1 minute you're giving orders, and the next, I don't know. You know how I feel about Kendra and my feelings towards her are validated. Why would you keep her around after everything? You know how I feel about her, I asked, irritated. Nova, Elias started. You know what, good night Elias, I said, turning away from him. Good night, Novalin, he sighed and left, closing the door behind him. Great, he used my whole name. I sighed and tried to push away my feelings of hurt and betrayal. I hated this. I hated fighting with him. I changed and got in the bed. I shut my eyes tight and prayed for sleep. The next morning, Elias was already gone when I woke up. Darius took his place. I clicked mindlessly through the TV channels in the living room. Minnie came down and joined me after a while. I only sighed and leaned my hand against my head. Darius went to get something to eat, leaving me with Minnie. Don't take it personally, Minnie tried to comfort me. I only rolled my eyes and ran my hand through my copper-red hair. How could I not? I muttered. Of course, she heard me anyway. What's this, Girls' Day? Kendra asked, coming into the living room. Hardly, I sneered at her. She ignored me and turned her attention to Minnie. Are we still on for later? She asked. Minnie stood. Oh shoot, I forgot to tell the babysitter. I'll be right back, Minnie said. And now I was alone with the devil herself. Luna, she sneered at me. What is your problem? Besides, not being able to keep your legs closed, I asked her sarcastically as I stood to face her. She was taller than me, but I wasn't going to let her intimidate me. My problem is you. Everything was fine until you showed up and ruined it. The only reason he cares about you is because you're his mate. If you weren't, he would be with me. She glared at me. I smirked back at her. But I am his mate, so where does that leave you? I asked rhetorically. Apparently, still in his bed, she smirked back. I want you gone, I glared at her. Likewise, she smirked before she attacked me. At the moment, it didn't register to me that she was a werewolf as well until she overpowered me. She tackled me to the ground and punched me in the face. I tried to push her off of me, but it was no use. Her supernaturally long and sharp nails extended and scratched over my shoulder and collarbone as her other nails aimed for my throat. Luna. Darius said as Kendra was pulled off of me. I felt the blood pooling out of my wounds as I just laid there. My eye began to throb and swell. Luna, are you okay? Darius asked. I released a breath before I closed my eyes. I'll go get the pack doctor, Darius said in a panic. No, don't bother. If she wants him, she can have him. I won't be a problem anymore, I said defeatedly. I heard a whimpering before a wolf licked my hand. I guess Darius shifted into his wolf. Maybe this would make things easier for Elias if I just disappeared. I relaxed and didn't fight unconsciousness when it came for me. Nova, please wake up, I heard Elias beg quietly. His thumb rubbed soothing circles over my hand. I pulled my hand out of his and kept my eyes closed. Go away, I said hoarsely. Nova? He asked. I sighed and blinked my eyes open. I groaned as I tried to move. My shoulder and collar hurt from where Kendra scratched me. This is your fault, Elias. Just leave me alone. I don't want to see you. I don't want to be with you, I said. Some was a lie, but I wanted all of it to be true. I wish I didn't care about him like I did. I felt tears prick my eyes, so I looked away from him. Darius was still a wolf. He whined and put his head in my lap. Elias growled at him, making him move away from me. I glared at Elias. Stop it. You have no claim over me. I don't even want you here right now, I yelled at him. I winced as my mark started burning. I took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Who did this? He asked softly. I rolled my eyes. Who do you think? You wanted to keep her around after I specifically asked you to get rid of her. But I guess the mate bond wasn't strong enough for that. You didn't care about me enough to let Kendra go, and look what happened. This is your fault, I answered. Elias immediately started shaking his head. No, she wouldn't do this, he denied. Of course he didn't believe me. I felt so defeated and tired. Of course you wouldn't believe me over your precious Kendra. How could you take her side? She did this to me and you don't even believe me. There's no way that we're mates, because if the roles were reversed, I would believe you. I would believe you even if you were lying. You know what, just leave me alone. After I heal, I'm going home to my dad and my brother, and you're not going to stop me, I said calmly. You're not leaving me, he growled. You've lost all say, Elias. Get out, I glared at him. He hesitated, but eventually he left. The doctor came in and checked on me. Over the next few days, I was stuck on that hospital bed, but I swore that as soon as I was well enough, I was getting the hell out of Dodge. I couldn't take this anymore, mate or not. Elias would check on me every now and then, but we didn't talk much. It hurt more than I was willing to admit. My wound eventually healed, leaving 4 claw-line scars that started on my shoulder and ended right before my breast. I looked myself over in the bathroom mirror of the hospital room. My copper-red hair was tangled in curls. My normally tan and vibrant skin was dull and paler than normal, making my freckles pop out even more. My hazel eyes were red from crying. I was sickly thin from not eating as much, and I just looked terrible. I took a long, hot shower before I ran a brush through my hair and untangled it. I changed into the clothes Minnie brought for me. It was a simple white blouse and jeans. The jeans were a bit baggy on the waist, but I would just have to deal. I left my, now untangled, hair down before I walked back into the hospital room. Elias was already standing there with a bouquet of roses. Ready to go? He asked hopefully. I felt a pang in my chest but kept a straight face as I nodded. I walked out of the room with Elias behind me. I walked straight to the car that was pulled up for us and got in. Elias got in the driver's side a moment later. He drove to the house before he parked and just let the car idle. Nova, talk to me please. You haven't said a word to me in 2 weeks, he begged. I stayed quiet and just opened the door. What was the point? He didn't believe what I said anyway, or he wouldn't listen. Talking wouldn't solve anything. I walked to the house and pushed the door open. The lights suddenly flipped on as people popped out of random places and yelled surprise. There was a huge, welcome home, and happy birthday banner hanging on the balcony, and I just couldn't help it. My eyes welled up with tears as I subconsciously pulled my shirt over the scar on my collar. I covered a hand over my mouth, as a sob broke loose. This surprise threw me into missing my dad and my brother and my old life all over again. It was my brother's birthday, too. This wasn't my home. Out, Elias growled as he pulled me into his chest. They disappeared like the room was on fire. Elias shushed me as his hand ran over my hair. I hated this. He was comforting me from being hurt by him in the first place, and it was actually working. After I calmed down enough, I pushed away from him and went up to my room. I regretted it the minute I stepped out of his arms, but I couldn't allow it. I couldn't continue to allow it. Novelin, he growled. Against myself, I stopped. I'm tired, Elias, and I don't want to fight you. I'm going to bed, just let me, I said tiredly without looking back. I waited a moment before I went up the rest of the stairs and closed my door behind me. I slumped on the edge of the bed. I was emotionally exhausted. I was tired of doing anything, so I just wouldn't do anything. I numbly undressed before I crawled under the covers and cried myself to sleep. I heard birds before anything, their happy and musical banter not at all fitting my mood. My eyes fluttered open to be met with partial sunlight filtering in through a crack in the curtains, but I couldn't be bothered to get up. I didn't see the need to. My door cracked open, but I didn't move to see who it was. Nova, are you going to get out of bed today? Minnie asked. I only blinked in response. I didn't want to do anything. I wasn't even hungry. I didn't care anymore. I was tired of being here and tired of going up and down with Elias. It was getting us nowhere. Most importantly, I wanted to go home. For a week, I only got up to use the bathroom. Eventually, Minnie started taking care of me. She would pick me up like I was just a feather. She bathed me and tried to feed me, but I wouldn't eat. I wasn't hungry. Nova, Elias is worried about you. He hasn't left his room since you locked yourself away. I've never seen him so upset. You're torturing him, she said. She didn't have to tell me though. I felt it. I could feel him through my mark. It was stronger than before, the bond was growing. I just blinked. Maybe now he would understand how he made me feel. Minnie dressed me and brushed through my hair. She did everything I was supposed to. She propped me up in the bed and tried to make me eat for the day. Like every time before, I didn't. I was a doll for 2 weeks that Minnie took care of. She talked to me despite my staying quiet. Eventually, Elias tried to talk to me too. I stayed still and quiet. I didn't even move to pull my hand out of his when he held it. I only blinked, breathed, and used the bathroom. I was weak from not eating and I knew it, but I didn't care. Nova, please say something. I'm sorry, okay? I'm so sorry. I don't want you hurt. I never want you hurt. She's gone. I want you back. I don't even care if you yell at me, please just talk to me, he begged. I could feel his pain and the mate bond pulled me to comfort him, but I couldn't. I didn't move. What finally broke me was when he started crying. I'd never even thought of Elias as being one to cry, but here he was sobbing, and it was all my fault. I broke him. I felt my eyes pool with unshed tears as I reached up and brushed his away. I couldn't let him cry because of me. I'd taken it too far. He froze and stared at me with wide eyes. I brushed my thumb over his cheek as another tear fell. He squeezed my hand in his and closed his eyes briefly. Please say something, Nova, he breathed as he kissed my hand. I don't want this, I said hoarsely. He broke into sobs again. I'd been fighting it so long that talking felt like a weight had been lifted off of me. My feelings and urges towards Elias were stronger. And then it hit me. There it was again, the burning. I felt it in my mark first. Then it spread through my body faster than last time. I arched as I screamed. Elias immediately covered his nose and stepped away from me. Minnie burst through the door with Taylor and Peyton on her heels. Oh no, Minnie breathed. Taylor turned just in time to pin Peyton to the wall. Peyton was growling and snarling and trying to fight towards me. Elias was growling at Peyton as he inched closer to me. His eyes began to glow blue. I groaned and tried to move away from the heat. Elias, I whined, bringing his full attention back to me. He was hovering over me before I finished saying his name. He kissed me eagerly. His mouth nipped and teased me. I could feel the heat leaving me slowly. Alpha, no. Taylor yelled. The pain was diminishing, so I didn't want him to stop. We have to do something, Minnie said frantically. We can't hold both of them off and mated reinforcements aren't going to be able to come in time, Taylor said. Elias' hands explored my body as his lips stayed on mine. He was suddenly ripped away. I screamed as the heat hit me 5 times harder. I didn't want to go through this again. I couldn't. I wasn't strong enough for it. Please, I cried. Elias covered me once again and I sighed in relief as the heat started to creep away again. It's too late. We can't pull him away this time. Just evacuate Peyton and close the door behind us, I heard Taylor say. The door shut and my clothes were ripped off of me. Elias sunk his teeth into my neck where my mark was. I moaned and arched my back to him. My brain was fuzzy, but I knew as long as Elias was touching me, I wouldn't be in pain. I love you, Nova, he muttered against my skin before he calmed my inner fire. With the fire gone, I could think clearly. It'd been hours since Elias went to sleep, but I couldn't. I was wide awake, trying to piece together everything. Elias snored lightly as an arm draped over my waist. With a final decision, I pushed my hair out of my face and slipped out of the bed. I checked to make sure Elias was still sleeping before I brushed my hair and my teeth. I grabbed a bag and just stuffed a few outfits in there with my toiletries. With one last glance at Elias, I forced myself to leave. I snuck downstairs and grabbed a pair of car keys. I backed out and stepped on the gas. I was doing it. I was finally doing it. It'd only been driving for a few minutes when I heard a howl. I glanced around nervously before I pressed down further on the gas. I couldn't get caught. It would only be 10 times worse than the last time I tried to escape, and I knew it. I pushed the car further. I could see the lights to my old town. I was almost there. Wolves began running next to the car in the trees. I could see the blur of them as I pushed even harder towards the town. I was almost there. Suddenly, the wolves weren't following me anymore. It ended with many continuous howls. I knew Elias knew I was gone now. But I did it. I was free. As the familiar buildings of my town passed, the sun began to rise. I knew I couldn't go home. I wasn't protected there. Elias could just as easily take me again. And he could possibly hurt my family in the process. Mason. I drove until I was coming up on Mason's house. It was big and kind of hidden in the forest, and now I knew why. He was a part of an alpha family too. I parked the car and pushed myself to the door. Mason threw it open the second I hit the doorstep and hugged me tightly. I released a breath as my tears spilled over. He pulled me inside and let go of me like I burned him. "You're mated," Mason noted. I hesitated before I nodded slowly. I didn't want to. But I went into heat, and I couldn't control anything. I was in so much pain. I didn't want it to happen. I cried. He sighed and pulled me back into a hug. "What's going on?" "Nova, you shouldn't be here. We've got Rigger Moon Sentinel lining up on our border," Mason's dad, Peter, said coming into the foyer. "Dad, we're not throwing her to the dogs. We need to protect her," Mason defended me. "I still love her," he admitted. I instantly felt bad because I couldn't think of loving anyone but Elias. I wouldn't admit that out loud though. I wanted to feel for Mason what I used to, but I didn't. "Okay, say we protect Nova from her mate, and she stays with us. You love her now, but when you find your mate, everything is going to change. Then you would have taken Nova away from her mate and created a rivalry for no reason," Peter retorted. "Dad," Mason said sternly. There was a pause before Peter sighed. "Alpha Madsen is going to go to war for her. Are you willing to put the entire pack in danger over this? Nova is his mate. She is an alpha's mate, and we are the only thing in the way of them being together. You don't think he's going to destroy as much as he can on his way in?" Peter tried to reason with Mason. I knew he was right. I saw his point. I knew what Mason's answer should have been. He should have given me up and handed me over to Elias, but he didn't. Nova is a part of our pack. Just because the gene skipped her doesn't mean she isn't one of us, Mason said. I pulled away from him confused. "Mason, what are you talking about?" I asked. They were both quiet before Mason pulled me into the living room and sat me down. "Your mother was a werewolf. She died during a fight with an organized group of rogues," Peter answered. I shook my head. "No, I don't believe you. I would have known. She would have told me," I said confused. Peter shook his head. "Your dad is human. Your mother, Noel, was not. When you and your brother were born, he got the gene and you didn't. You and your father are completely normal and human. Your mother and Nolan are not. They are a part of our pack. Why do you think Nolan came to us when you went missing? When Mason takes the position of Alpha, Nolan will be his beta. We knew about Rigger Moon. That's why the police weren't involved in solving your kidnapping. We somewhat knew what was happening," Peter explained. I didn't want to believe him. My brother and my mother, they lied to me my whole life. If a human mates with a lichen, there is a chance that their offspring will be either lichen or human. Normally, the lichen gene travels easier on the Y chromosome. The chances of a male offspring being lichen are greater, but it's not impossible for a female half-blood to carry the lichen gene. The book said something about a human mating with a werewolf. My brother was a werewolf. What the hell is that? Mason asked with a small growl. I followed his line of sight and saw he was staring at my collarbone where Kendra scared me. I blushed bright red as I tried to cover it with my shirt. Mason moved my hands away and exposed the entire claw mark. The skin was slightly raised and discolored from the initial scratch and the stitches. I looked anywhere but at Mason's face. "How many times have you gotten hurt there?" Mason asked. I shrugged. "Only twice. The first time, I accidentally fell out of a third-story window and landed on my back. The second time was this claw mark. I got attacked by a girl that Elias fooled around with," I explained, cringing at the memories. Mason's eyes widened in surprise. "Elias still fooled around with other women while you were there?" he asked, shocked. I shrugged before I nodded. I felt embarrassed. "Dad," Mason said. Apparently, it was enough. "All right, she's staying," Peter said before he walked away. Mason set me up in a guest room before he sat on the bed with me and played with my hand. Mason eventually sighed and shook his head. "You're not even my mate and I wouldn't dare to even think about being with someone else." "You're too good for that," he said with a small smile towards me. "So, Nolan has known that he was a werewolf the whole time?" I asked, changing the subject. Mason nodded. "Right around the time he was about to shift, we explained everything to him. We kept an eye on you just in case, but you never showed the signs. That's how we knew you were completely human. Nolan will be here soon. You're safe for now, Nova," he assured me. Mason made me lay down and rubbed my back like he used to do. It was nice and made me nostalgic. "I missed you," I whispered honestly. Mason laid down behind me and kissed the back of my shoulder. My mark ached a bit, but I ignored it as it quickly went away. "I missed you too, little one," he said just as softly. "I'm sorry I let this happen. I should have come for you sooner, or done something," he said, and I knew he truly was sorry. "You didn't know." "It's okay, Mason," I said. "Nova," I heard my brother's relieved voice. I sat up only to be wrapped up in another bone-crushing hug. "I'm so sorry," Nolan said as well. I shook my head as he released me from the hug. I found myself glaring at him as I hit his arm. "You're a freaking werewolf. Why didn't you tell me?" I yelled at him. "We can't tell anyone unless it's our mate, not even family," he tried to explain. "But we're twins." I yelled at him again. Nolan only chuckled and hugged me again. "I missed you too," Nolan said. He pulled back and his eyes caught on my collar. His fingers grazed the top of the scar, immediately embarrassing me. "I can't believe he let this happen," Nolan said seriously. I felt the strong desire to defend Elias, but I knew it was just the stupid mate bond pushing me to do it. "He wasn't there," I shrugged. "He was doing pack business or whatever," I said dismissively. "That's no excuse." "She shouldn't have been anywhere near you," Mason chimed in. Nolan sighed and kissed my head before he stood. "Get some rest. I'll tell Dad you're safe with us." "When it's safe I'll being him to see you," Nolan said. I grabbed his arm and stopped him. "Does Dad know about all of this?" I asked curiously. Nolan nodded. "Mom was his mate. She told him everything. She told him about me so I would have some help and he knew that werewolves were behind your kidnapping," he explained. I glared at him. "Great, so I was literally the only one who had no idea what was going on." "Awesome," I said sarcastically, rolling my eyes. I sighed and laid back down. That was a lot to take in on sitting. Mason pulled the covers over me and wrapped an arm around me. "I'll stay with her," Mason said to Nolan. Nolan rolled his eyes. "Of course you will," he muttered before he kissed my head. "Good night, little sis," he said playfully. "Only by 5 minutes," I said as the corners of my mouth pulled up into a ghost of a smile slightly. Nolan smiled at me before he left. The door was closed and the lights were turned off behind him. I was in the dark, alone with Mason. How do I get rid of it? How do I get rid of the mate bond and go back to my normal life? I asked quietly in the dark. There was a moment of silence as Mason hesitated. "It's too late for that now," he said honestly. I closed my eyes as a tear rolled out. I hated to admit it, but I actually missed Elias. It was a few days before I got to see my dad. I was happy I got to see him. Tight hugs were becoming a common occurrence. "Novelin, I'm so happy you're safe," he sighed. We caught up and he told me everything about Mom and Nolan and what he knew. He knew the bare minimum about werewolves. I stayed at Alpha Peter's house for 2 weeks. It was stressful sitting on our hands and waiting for something to happen. The ache in my chest was growing each day and I knew exactly what it was. I missed Elias. Even though I was hurt a lot, I knew, on some level, he was trying to protect me. I also knew that he would stop at nothing to get me back. He already told me that much. That's why Alpha Peter and Mason trained the Sentinel to prepare for Elias. Nolan and Mason took turns training with them. My dad would come by every now and then. He would have dinner with us and bring me clothes and things from home when I needed them since my supply was running low. I spent a lot of time with Mason, but I didn't mind at all. We were best friends before we dated, so everything came naturally. Then one night, it happened. That first warning howl. It was followed by a lot of other howls. We were in the middle of a game of Uno when the battle cry was given. Peter rushed into the living room just as Mason and Nolan dropped their cards and stood. "Get her out of here. Take her to the enchanted cabin," Peter said in a rush before he disappeared again. I stood with them quickly. "You mean to tell me that magic and witches exist too? Seriously, what else are you guys not telling me?" I asked as a loud alarm began to sound. Nolan stayed with me as Mason ran upstairs. "Seriously, Nova? Not the time at all," Nolan said stiffly. I'd only seen him this serious when our mom died, apparently, due to rogue werewolves. Nolan grabbed my hand and we met Mason at the front door. One look at the scene outside and Nolan started dragging me in the other direction. I didn't see anything, but if the snarling and snapping and howls were any indication, it was bad. "We're going to have to go on foot," Nolan said. We ran out the back door and Mason exploded into his brownish wolf, immediately tearing through his clothes. I gasped and jumped in shock. I'd never seen them transform before ever, and I never even dreamed of seeing it happen this close. It sure was something to see. Nolan lifted me and placed me on Mason's back before I had any time to object. Mason took off running with me on his back. I gripped my fingers in his fur and crouched low to his body to keep from falling off at the speed he was going. Nolan had my bag on his back and was running beside us. They never slowed, never faltered. Finally, we came into a clearing. There was a cabin only a few feet away. We were so close. Mason and Nolan slowed as we prepared to go inside. Suddenly, the wind was knocked out of me as Mason went flying into a tree. I toppled on the ground in brush near it. The impact left me groaning. I could only imagine how Mason felt. I pushed myself out of the bush. I was all scratched up, but mostly, I was angry. I was angry at Elias for kidnapping me and hurting my friends and family. But mostly, I was angry at him for causing this pointless fighting, all because I ran away from him, my kidnapper. And there he was, in the form of his large gray wolf, snarling at Mason and Nolan. I glared at him as my fists tightened. I charged at him and began banging on his side. "Call them off now, both of you. Stop this now." I yelled at Mason and Elias, but mostly Elias. I put all my force into pounding his side. It seemed as though he didn't even flinch. His eyes never left Mason as they continued to growl at each other. I huffed a breath and stepped in between them instead. I faced Elias and glared at him. I was so angry that I was shaking. "You stupid mutt. You never listen to a word I say, do you? Change back now, both of you," I ordered. They stopped growling, but they made no move to change. "Now," I yelled as I stomped my foot. It may have looked childish, but I didn't care. Elias hesitated before he changed back to his human form, leaving him unclothed. I turned to see Mason in human form too, with basketball shorts on already. "Elias, call off the fighters now," I ordered. "Not until you're with me, where you belong, as my Luna," he said. I could still hear the fighting a few miles from where we were. That's not going to happen, you lowlife. Poor excuse for an alpha, Mason growled as he stepped in front of me. Enough, I yelled as Elias began growling again. I stepped in front of Mason and pushed him back gently. Elias' growling only intensified when I touched Mason, but I honestly could care less at this point. Stop hurting people. Don't you see how ridiculous this is? I ran by choice. I told you what happened, and you didn't believe me over her. If I were really your mate, there would be no question. And now I'm left with this hideous scar that reminds me every day how you failed me and you continue to fail me. All you do is hurt the people around you, and you're completely okay with it too. That's the sad part. You don't even care if that person you're hurting is your mate. As long as I'm around, you don't care what else happens to me, or the others around you. You're willing to go to war and have your own people killed for me when I chose to get away from you. I never wanted to be intimate with you. You're a monster, and I regret ever leading you to believe that I thought otherwise of you, I said as tears spilled down my cheeks. Elias looked like for once in his life, he didn't know what to say. He held a saddened look on his face as he walked forward and yanked on my wrist. I yelped in surprise before I was behind Mason again. I'll be damned if I let you hurt them, Mason growled at Elias. Them? I picked out. You and the baby, Nolan said quietly. Baby? Are you trying to imply that I'm pregnant? I asked, shocked. Elias stopped growling and nodded. I shook my head as my tears spilled over twice as much as they already were. No, no way. I don't want this. I don't want this baby, I cried. Don't you ever say that about our child. Elias snapped. I will drag you back and tie you down until the baby is born if I have to, but you will not hurt our baby. That is my child, he growled. I shook my head as my breath started coming in short gasps. Maybe if you weren't such a monster her thoughts would be different towards the situation. I say she has the right to think that, Nolan said angrily. I could feel everything spiraling out of control around me as they continued to argue over me. I gave up. I ignored them and sat on the ground of the clearing as I cried. This couldn't be happening right now. More people began to appear and form a circle of the outskirts of the clearing, as Mason, Nolan, and Elias continued to yell threats at each other. Enough of this, a voice boomed with authority. I even quieted my crying to sniffles when it sounded. This voice was different. I'd never heard it before, but the authority behind the voice was unmistakable. The area got even quieter as a man walked into the center of the clearing where we were. His features resembled Elias and Taylor's. Dark peppering hair, tan skin, and light, almost glowing eyes. His face was weathered with experience and age. The creases in his face were deeper from use. Son, what the hell is going on? The man asked, crossing his arms and facing Elias. They took my mate from me, Elias said, motioning to Nolan and Mason. She ran away from you, you bastard, Nolan snapped. His face drained slightly as his eyes shifted to the man. I apologize, Nolan said immediately. The man only shrugged. Well, did she? He asked. Nolan nodded. She ran away from him and came here to us because Elias was abusing her, Nolan explained. How? The man said shortly, getting to the point. Emotionally, physically, take your pick. Just look at her, and if you want physical proof, check her collarbone. He was sleeping with other women, she was constantly getting hurt. She came to us after they mated and she realized that she couldn't stay with him, Nolan answered respectfully. How do you know the girl? The man asked shortly again, turning to look at me this time. I was still sniffling, trying to hold in my sobs, as I watched the scene unfold before me. Nova is my twin sister. I'm lichen, but the trait passed her, Nolan explained. Elias' father knelt in front of me and eyed me over curiously. Then he did something I didn't expect. He smiled at me. And it was a genuine smile, too. The corner of his eyes wrinkled slightly as his straight, white teeth flashed me. May I? He asked kindly, motioning to my shoulder. I sniffled and lowered my legs to a crisscross position as I nodded. As soon as the man touched me, Elias growled loudly. The crowd scattered as the man pulled the edge of my shirt low enough to see the scar. Elias' father sighed and helped me to my feet. I was now standing in the middle of the clearing with Elias' father as Mason, Nolan, and Elias stood around us. Nova, right? He asked me kindly. I nodded quickly, feeling a bit embarrassed that he was still holding onto my hands. Who did this to you? He asked. My eyes shifted over to Elias just in time to see his face fall. I looked at my feet as a faint blush crept into my cheeks. I wasn't a shy person, but I was embarrassed that this is how I was meeting Elias' father. I wanted his parents to see me as a strong and independent individual. Instead, I was caught sobbing and cowering. Kendra, I stuttered. I mentally cursed myself. The man's face grew hard before he turned to Elias. I found myself taking an involuntary step away from him. His face scared me when he was angry, and I wasn't proud of that fact. You left her alone with Kendra? Did it not occur to you that Kendra would stop at nothing to keep you and the title of Luna? Son, I know I warned you about that when you chose her as a bride when you turned 25 years old. I told you to wait and you didn't want to listen, Elias' father scolded. He sighed before he turned back to me with a softer face. Nova, do you want to back to Rigger Moon with my son? He asked. I glanced at Elias quickly before lowering my head. My heart was telling me to stop this, to go back with Elias and let him prove himself to us. But my head knew better. I couldn't be with him until he proved himself. I couldn't allow myself to open myself up to get hurt by him again. I didn't want to. My head was winning in the tug of war on what to do. Hesitantly, I shook my head. I knew I would be safe here with my family. Nova, Elias begged, striding towards me. I took a cautious step backwards and almost fell on my butt. Elias' father steadied me easily as he held Elias back with his other hand. Hush, son. Step back. If your mate doesn't want to be with you after almost a year of living with you, then you don't deserve her yet. I propose that Nova gets to stay with her family in Stillwater's territory until she chooses to come to you. You can visit only when she allows it, Elias' dad said. He turned to Peter, who was watching from the outskirts of the clearing as an afterthought. Only if that's okay with you, of course, Peter, he asked. Peter nodded. Of course, Matthias, I think that's a great idea, Peter agreed. Oh, so that was Elias' father's name, Matthias. It fit him well. No, Nova, please don't do this, Elias begged as his eyes glistened with the threat of tears. I could only look away from him. I didn't want to think about how I was the one causing him that pain. We were all quiet for a moment as Elias waited for an answer from me. At least let our baby live, he practically whispered. My head snapped to his in surprise. I didn't think he would even ask me such a thing. Yes, I didn't want the baby, but I would never kill anyone, especially one inside me. Goes to show that he didn't know me at all. He didn't even try to get to know me when I was with him. He just wanted me close to him. I simply rolled my eyes and sighed in frustration. If you took the time to try to know me at all, you would know that I wouldn't even consider getting an abortion, asshole. I glared at him. I tried to keep my voice steady, but the shake from anger was unmistakable. I was angry enough to ignore the pain of regret for insulting him. I crossed my eyes and stared at my feet. Okay then. It's settled, Matthias said. Thank you, Matthias, Peter said. Matthias nodded. You have been an ally to me, Peter, I would even say a friend. And when I heard that my son was waging war on one of my best allies as an Alpha command, I had to investigate. I am temporarily relieving my incompetent son of his Alpha duties until he can learn how to be a mate and a man. They go hand in hand anyway. And he still has much to learn before he can be either. I hope this incident has not ruined our alliance and friendship, Peter. I am sincerely sorry for the trouble my eldest son has caused you and your pack, Matthias said. I awed at how he seemed to handle everything with a masculine poise and grace, yet stern and demanding. What, Dad? Elias complained. Of course not, Matthias. The alliance stands as long as Elias honors the agreement, and doesn't harm my pack anymore, Peter said, ignoring Elias' complaints. Then it's settled, Matthias said before he turned to look at me again. Nova, if you have any trouble, have Alpha Peter notify me. I hope to meet you again soon, under different circumstances, of course, he said before he shook Peter's hand and left. Elias turned to me in a last-ditch attempt. He rushed forward and took my hand in his. Nova, please, he begged. That comforting feeling shot up my arm and made me sign in relief. I quickly pulled my hand away. You can see me in a week. I have a phone now, or again since you took away my phone the first time. You can get my number from my brother, I said before I turned and went inside the cabin. I was tired and emotionally exhausted. With everything that went on, I still couldn't forget the fact that I was pregnant. I put my hand on my stomach subconsciously as I stood in the middle of the kitchen. A baby. If my math was correct, I was 2 weeks pregnant. Nova. I heard my brother call. I opened the door and saw Nolan and Mason standing there. Everyone else had left the clearing. What are you two doing? I asked. You have to invite us inside. The cabin is enchanted, remember? Mason said sheepishly. My eyes widened slightly. You were serious about that? I asked. They both nodded. I invited them inside and went back to the kitchen. I began opening random cabinets until I found a glass. I ran sink water into it before leaning my back and hands against the counter. I sighed and looked at the glass sitting on the counter as my brain went over all the events that just happened before I could stop it. Are you okay, little one? Mason asked as he entered the kitchen with Nolan. I shrugged as they came closer. I was on the verge of tears again. I sniffled and went to the living room with my glass, setting it down on the glass coffee table. I clasped my hands in my lap and shivered slightly. Mason wrapped a blanket around my shoulders. All that fighting and death, and for what? I practically whispered. Nolan and Mason sat on either side of me and hugged me. We're going to keep you here, just in case. The cabin is enchanted so that only you allow can enter. Unless you invite them inside, they'll be stuck on the outside. I suggest you keep it only Nolan, you, and me, Mason explained. Why is it up to me? I asked, confused. You were the first to enter the house. You'll be safe here as long as you don't invite anyone else inside, Mason explained. I sighed and shook my head. I can't believe him, carrying a person inside of me. I didn't want Elias baby, I muttered more to myself than to them. Well, you did mate with an alpha while you were in heat. What did you think would happen? Nolan said, getting off the couch. That's the thing, I didn't know. Maybe I would have if anyone bothered to tell me anything. But you both kept me in the dark. You let me be naive and now look where that got us. I know you've been living this ridiculousness your whole life, but I only learned about it when I saw my kidnapper turn into a wolf to fight off Mason, who was also a wolf, so forgive me if I'm not too educated in the what happens when area. I snapped at him as I stood. I released a heavy breath when I finished talking and crossed my arms. My tears made up of shock, anger, and sadness spilled over and onto my cheeks. I couldn't tell you, Nova. Okay? I'm sorry I couldn't tell you. Is that what you wanted to hear? I'm sorry that I didn't want you caught up in all of this in the first place, Nolan snapped back. My tears doubled as my face fell. God, I was such a crybaby. But his words hurt. They sliced through me like the cold hard truth. I'm going to bed, I said softly. I walked through the hallway and stopped in the room that had my bag by the door. I guess this was mine. I took the bag inside and took a shower. As I got ready for bed, I curled up on the bed and crossed my arms over my stomach. I did it. I got what I wanted. I know the truth about my family. I'm back home. Elias had to leave me alone. I was free to think and be as I pleased. So why did it feel like I just lost something? The next morning felt surreal. The sun was shining, birds were chirping, but it didn't feel like a good day. All the events from the last 24 hours came rushing back to me, leaving me feeling like a ton of bricks. Soon after I woke up, my door opened. "Nova," Nolan said unsurely. I still hadn't forgiven him for what he said to me yesterday. He came closer when he realized I wasn't talking to him. I sighed and sat up when I realized that he wasn't going away. He sat on the edge of my bed and just looked at me for a moment. "Hey, come on. I hate fighting with you," he said. I rolled my eyes. "I think the words you're looking for are sorry," I said with an attitude. I was still mad at him for lying to me our whole lives. I remember when we turned 13 years old. At the time, I didn't think anything of it, but now finding that he was a werewolf, it made sense. "Nolan, open the door," I yelled as I knocked on the door to our room. We were playing a game when he suddenly ran up to the room and locked the door. He was yelling and screaming and I was scared, but I had no idea what was going on. "Mommy," I yelled down the hallway. My mom ran down the hallway with Dad on her heels. I banged on the door again. "Novelin, what happened?" my mom asked. "I don't know. We were downstairs and he just ran up here and started screaming," I explained in a rush. My mom pulled a key out of her pocket and began to unlock the door. Almost as an afterthought, she turned to Dad. "Get Nova out of the house, Jasper. They'll call you when you can bring her back," she said. My dad only nodded and ushered me out of the house against my struggling. He practically threw me in the car and sped out of the driveway. I could still hear Nolan screaming as I watched the house until it disappeared. I turned and sighed as my dad drove. "Dad, is Nolan going to be okay?" I asked him. He kept quiet for a moment. "You'll see him later. He's fine," my dad said, assuring himself in the process. I wasn't going to let it go. I didn't see him get hurt. "Is he sick? Why did Mom want me to go away?" I rambled. "Novelin, enough, okay? Be patient and relax. Now, do you want ice cream or frozen yogurt?" he asked. I ended up staying at my friend Cheyenne's house for 2 days before I went back home. Nolan was great, actually, he seemed better than great. He was taller, stronger, and faster. I never questioned it further then because I was just glad that he was alive after the way he was screaming that day. I chalked it up to good medicine, but now I knew that it was so much more than that. He shifted that weekend, and I didn't realize it until now. "You lied to me all these years. You can't be mad if I don't know anything. You never told me to begin with," I said. I lowered my head and fiddled with my hands. "Mom didn't either," I muttered. Nolan sighed and held my hand in his. "Nova, I already regret it, okay? I hated lying to you, but it was only to protect you. If there were another option, I would have taken it. I even thought about accidentally shifting in front of you, but Mom made sure I kept the secret. We were trying to protect you from things like this happening," he tried to explain. Mason walked inside and sat on the other side of me. "What's your excuse?" I asked Mason. He took my other hand and kissed it gently. "I didn't want you to get caught in the crossfire," he said. I leaned my head on Mason's shoulder. These were my boys and I was glad that they were with me. I missed them like crazy when I was away, but now, I was in physical pain from missing Elias. There was an ache in my chest. It was a full week before I heard from Elias again. He called Mason, who handed the phone to me. We were strained over the phone. There was tension. He wanted to see me. And I wanted to see him too. I showered and got ready before Nolan drove me to meet Elias. We agreed on meeting at a little coffee shop on Stillwater territory. When we got there, Elias was already standing outside waiting for me. When I got out of the car, Elias pulled me into a bear hug. Nolan got out and growled at him. "Nolan, it's okay. You can wait in the car," I said. Nolan quieted with a glare and got back in the car. Hesitantly, I hugged Elias back with a sigh. I must have missed him more than I realized. It felt like a weight had been lifted from me as Elias embraced me. "It has been torture without you, Cupcake," he said honestly. Pulling away, I could see that he was being serious. He looked miserable, his eyes held bags under them and his eyes were puffy and red. Elias, I sighed as I shook my head and stepped closer to him. He took my hand and led me inside. He pulled out a chair for me and we sat in the corner of the coffee shop next to the window. He sat across from me and just looked at me with a sense of pain and longing. How are you? He asked a bit eagerly. A woman sat cups of water down in front of us. I took a sip before I clasped my hands in my lap. I'm fine, but I could ask you the same thing. Your dad was kind of hard on you with the punishment, I said. He only shrugged. It doesn't even compare to the pain of being away from you for this long. I want to see you. I want to see our child grow over time. I don't care if you yell at me every day, just please come home with me. I was wrong and am sorry for everything. I just wanted you, please, he said, holding my hand tightly in his. I was so tempted to just go with him and forget everything. But I couldn't forget, and I couldn't be sure that he wouldn't hurt me again. Elias, I love you, but I can't stay with you, at least not yet. I'm still not confident that you can just exist with me. I trust you, but it's forced. I want to trust you because I trust you. Not because some supernatural turn of fate told me to, I ranted softly. He looked happy and shocked. You love me? He said excitedly. I gave a chuckle and sighed as I shook my head at him. That's all you heard, isn't it? I asked. He shook his head. No, I heard everything. I was just more elated to hear that, he said. I love you so much, little cupcake. You have no idea how much it means to hear you say that, he said, squeezing my hand gently. A ghost of a smile graced my lips before I sighed and took my hands out of his. But I can't go with you to Rigger Moon just yet, I said, looking at the table. He was about to argue but I held up a hand to stop him. I don't want this baby, Eli. I'm only 20 years old. I'm still young. I can't even drink yet, and I wanted to see the world before I settled down. I can't do that anymore. You literally ripped me away from my life and my future and not once did you even stop to ask what I wanted or how I felt, I said. He looked disappointed in himself. I'm so sorry, Nova. I just wanted to be with you. He apologized. I nodded and fiddled with the cup in front of me. I know that, and I care for you. But I need time, I said confidently. Elias hesitantly nodded. Okay, he practically whispered. Take all the time you need, he forced out. I stood and Elias followed close behind me as we walked back to the car. He hugged me gently and kissed my head before he pulled away and placed his hands on my stomach. Take care of our baby, please, he asked. I nodded. I placed my hands over his as I looked at my flat stomach too. I will, I promised. I pushed up on my toes and kissed his cheek before I got in the car. I'll call you, he promised before he closed my door for me. As an afterthought, he ducked his head so he was eye level with me. He hesitated. Wear your seatbelt, he said with a sigh before he left. Nolan drove us back to the cabin in silence. When the car was parked in front of the cabin, Nolan turned to me. Are you okay? Nolan asked. I nodded. I'm fine. I mean, I know that I miss him, but I also know that it's the mate bond, not me. I shrugged. If you love him, why are you fighting him? Nolan asked. He sighed and pulled on his hair slightly before he continued. Look, I don't like the guy because of what he did to you and what he let happen. But he is your mate, and he's trying. Nolan tried to explain. I sighed and unbuckled my seatbelt. I didn't feel like being lectured right now. Yeah, well, he's going to have to try harder, I said as I pushed the door open. Nolan grabbed my arm to stop me. Nova, think about what you're doing. Everything you feel towards him, he feels 10 times worse, especially because he's an alpha. The need, the jealousy, the love, everything is magnified. And in the meantime, you're playing house with Mason even though you know he will never be yours. You're never going to love Mason the way you love Elias. And eventually, Mason will find his mate, too. How do you think she's going to feel about him keeping his old girlfriend around because he still loves you and can't let you go? Nolan asked. I felt a pang of pain at the memory of seeing Elias with Kendra. What are you trying to say? I said defensively. Nolan made sense, and I hated that. I'm not telling you to drop everything and run back into the guy's arms. I'm just asking you to think with your heart this time. I know you can be impulsive and stubborn as hell, but I don't want you to miss out on your mate because of your own big head. Having a mate is supposed to be like clicking the missing piece into place. Hell balance you out. Make him work for it, which you already have the man on his knees for you, just don't make him suffer. Werewolves have been known to kill themselves if they go too long without their other half. And I know for a fact that it would destroy you if Alpha Elias was dead, he explained. I didn't know what to say. The pain in my chest at the thought of Elias dead only confirmed what Nolan said. I knew he was right about practically everything, but I wasn't willing to admit that to him. I got out of the car without another word and went inside where Mason hugged me gently. Hey, are you okay? How did it go? Mason asked, looking me over. I nodded, and ran my fingers through my hair. I'm fine, just tired, I said. Nolan walked in and gave me a knowing look. He was right, I was playing house with Mason. I'm going to go check on Dad, Nolan said, grabbing a few extra things before he left. I was alone with Mason. I knew Nolan set this up on purpose. Mason took me into the kitchen and sat me down on a chair at the bar in the middle of the kitchen. Are you hungry? I made you a plate, Mason said, settling a plate in front of me. I stopped him as I ran my thumbs over his cheeks. Stay still, I need to try something, I said gently. Hesitantly, I leaned forward until my lips were touching his in a kiss. It was warm and gentle, but it wasn't like it used to be. It wasn't Elias' heart-pounding, toe-curdling kiss. It was soft and comfortable, but it wasn't exhilarating. There were no sparks, no breathlessness, no tingles. It was just a kiss, lips against lips. I pulled away disappointed. My cheeks were wet with fresh tears. Why couldn't you be my mate? I asked hoarsely with teary eyes. Mason sighed. Nova, he said simply as his thumb caressed my cheeks and brushed my tears away. But I could read between the lines. He was saying the same thing. I'm so sorry, he whispered as he pulled me into a tight hug. A sob broke from my lips as I buried my head in his chest. It's not fair, I sobbed. He kissed my head and rubbed his hand over my back gently. Hey, no, he said as he held my face in his hands and made me look at him. His beautiful face was blurred by my tears. I don't care if you're my mate or not, I will always be there for you. I love you and I'll always have your back no matter what, okay, he said. I sniffled and nodded. I believed him. I cried on his shoulder for a while until I was reduced to sniffles and the hiccups. I have to go back, I said with a hiccup. Mason only nodded slowly. Has your mate, Mason said in acceptance. He was agreeing with me and I knew it. I'll tell him when we go to get the first sonogram, I said softly. Mason kissed my head gently before I got off the chair with Mason's help and went to look for my phone. I found it under my pillow. I sat on my bed before I dialed Elias' number. Hello? He answered on the second ring. Hi, Eli, I said nervously. Nova, I'm glad you called, he said in relief. I smiled slightly before I chewed on my lip nervously. So my first sonogram is in a few days. Do you want to be there? I asked, getting straight to the point. Of course I do, Nova. I wouldn't miss it for the world, he said. I found myself sighing in relief. I don't know why I was nervous to begin with. Okay, I'll see you then, I said quickly. Was there anything else? He asked. I hesitated. Was there? I could have told him that I was coming back. I could have told him that I missed him, and I wanted to be with him even though my mind was still fighting it. No, I love you, I said instead. I love you too, Cupcake, he replied, filling my stomach with butterflies. I hung up the phone and put it on my dresser. I was anxious to see Elias again, but in a good way. It was finally time. The sonogram. It was 2 weeks since I made up my mind to be with Elias. We talked constantly since then. I had to admit, I was nervous. I was only about 6 weeks pregnant. I was excited to see the baby, despite my feelings on the situation. Nolan drove me to the doctor's office and Mason stayed back. We signed in and I saw that Elias was already there, sitting in a small waiting room chair, bouncing his leg nervously. When Elias saw me, he hugged me and pecked me gently. "Nova, I've missed you," he said. I chuckled and allowed it. "I missed you, too," I said. He placed a hand on my stomach that was slightly taut now under my flowing shirt. "Will we find out the gender?" he asked. I chuckled and shook my head. "Not this visit. It's too early, but soon, I guess," I answered. The nurse called us back into a cozy little dark room. Nolan stayed in the waiting room as Elias and I went back. The doctor out the warmed gel on my stomach before moving it around with a wand attached to the machine. She stopped the wand and pointed out the baby. I felt tears well up in my eyes as I looked at the screen. It was just a small dot, but I knew that that was my baby. For some reason, seeing the sonogram made being pregnant feel real. I must have been in denial, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. Elias was smiling as the doctor came in and explained that everything looked great. I spaced out. It was almost like I went into shock. The doctor gave me a towel and I wiped the gel off. After Elias and the doctor exchanged a few words, we went outside to the cars with Nolan. Mason was leaning against his car nearby, a stray lock of hair falling into his eye slightly. He smiled sadly when he saw me. "What are you doing here?" I asked, walking up to him. I couldn't help it. Mason had been my stability for so long. Even if he wasn't my mate, I would always love him, no matter what. "You didn't think I would just let you go without saying goodbye, did you?" he asked with a small smirk. "Are you okay?" he asked, touching my arm gently. Elias growled lowly, but made no move to stop Mason. Elias just baled his fists at his sides and stayed where he was. "I'm actually having a baby," I breathed. Nolan pulled me towards him and into a hug. "I'm going to miss you, little sis. Promise me you'll visit," he asked. I nodded as I felt tears brim my eyes. "You're going to make me cry," I chuckled softly, trying to hold my tears back. Mason hugged me next, earning an even louder growl from Elias. "Let us know if you need anything. I love you," Mason said as soft as he could before he let go. I knew he hugged me partially to get under Elias' skin, but I could care less at this point. I was letting my boys go. Elias was getting what he wanted. He could deal with me touching Mason. "Nova, what is everyone talking about? What's with the goodbyes?" Elias asked. I sighed and Nolan handed me my small handbag with all my essential things inside. "I'm coming with you back to Rigger Moon." "You win, Elias," I explained quickly before I got in Elias' car and set my bag at my feet. Elias got in slowly and just looked at me. I tried to ignore his stare, but I couldn't. "You're staring, Eli," I said softly. His hand found mine and held it tightly. "I love you so much, Nova." "Thank you," he said sincerely. I only shrugged. "It wasn't fully just for you," I said as he put the car in drive. "I don't want to raise a child in a broken home. Plus, it was starting to hurt me more and more to be away from you, and that's not something I'm proud of," I explained. He was silent as we drove through the pathway leading to the town of Rigger Moon. I watched out the window at the familiarity of it pass before we came upon the mansion of a house. Matthias was standing at the front door with an older, petite woman under his arm. I got out with my bag and approached them with Elias right behind me. "Nova, so nice to see you again," Matthias greeted me. "This is my mate, and Elias' mother, Alexandra," he introduced me. Coming closer, I could see that this woman was beautiful. There was a grace about her that told me she was classy and poised. Her clothes looked like casual business wear, something that a Southern belle mother would wear. Her pale pink blouse with khaki slacks and small, black accents spoke for itself. She pulled me into a hug. "Just Alexa is fine, dear. It's so good to finally meet you. Between Elias, Taylor, and Matt, I'd say it's about time," she said, as she pulled away and smiled at me motherly. Her voice was as I imagined. It sounded like bells with a slight southern drawl. Her voice was melodic and polite. I couldn't help but notice how beautiful she was. Her light brown hair was pulled into a neat bun at the back of her head with bangs cutting straight across, stopping at her eyebrows. Even older, she still looked the ripe age of 25 years old. Her eyes were a vibrant green. It made me wonder what the baby growing inside of me would look like. Would it be a boy or a girl? Would he divided by she leaned towards Elias' lineage or mine? I snapped out of it and smiled back at Alexa. "It's nice to meet you, too," I responded politely. "Please, come inside," Matthias said. Elias touched the small of my back and led me inside. "Are you hungry?" Alexa asked. I was about to say no, but that would be a lie, and I didn't feel the need to lie to Alexa, the exact opposite, really. I felt like it was in my best interest to always tell Alexa the truth, so I nodded. Alexa led our little party through the kitchen and into the dining room where we sat at the formal table. Alexa rang a bell I didn't notice until now, and in walked Kendra. I thought I felt my heart stop. She was wearing a long-sleeved turtleneck black dress that had a long skirt that covered her ankles. The dress looked like something a nun would wear. It wasn't flattering at all. Her hair was pulled back in a messy bun and her skin was paler than before. "Yes, ma'am?" she asked softly. I was confused. This wasn't the same outspoken, fierce, and confident Kendra, who scarred me literally. Alexa smiled, but I could tell that it was only a formality. "You can serve the food now," Alexa said. Kendra hurried away, but not before glancing at me first. I was even more confused, but I wasn't going to question it in front of everyone. Kendra served our food and everyone went on as if she didn't exist. After we ate, Elias and Matthias excused themselves to get some work done. I debated going up to the 4th floor to wait for Elias, but Alexa caught me before I could escape. "Nova, come," she said politely, walking towards the living room. I glanced at Kendra, who was cleaning up our mess, once more before I followed Alexa to the couches. It was just then that I noticed she still had the bell in her hand. I sat next to her, straightened my back and waited. "How are you able to resist me, son, or how did you resist him as long as you did, even mated?" she asked. It wasn't accusatory, simply inquisitive. I felt like shrugging would be rude, so I kept my shoulders still, and I clasped my hands in my lap. "Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I would feel the pull and the need to be near him, but then I would think about everything he did. How he pulled me away from my family, and Kendra, I couldn't be around him. My mind wouldn't let me," I tried to explain. "Willpower," she offered. "Yes, ma'am," I agreed. She chuckled. "Really, relax, Nova, it's okay," she urged me. I leaned against the couch slightly and rested a hand on my stomach. Alexa watched my movements curiously before her eyes found mine again. Her expression was serious but relaxed. "Why do you think Kendra is in this house as a servant?" she asked me. I felt my anger bubble up at the thought of Kendra still under the same roof as Elias, but I kept it bottled away. I was actually wondering that myself, I admitted. She stood and paced slowly and gracefully in front of me. Her fingers held the inside of the bell to keep it silent. "Because being a Luna is not just about being the alpha's mate, you also have to have strength, willpower, wisdom, and cunning," she said. She paused as she faced me. She examined the small, shiny, silver bell, before she handed it to me. I hesitated before I took it curiously. A sweet smile plastered on her face as she crossed her arms in front of her, looking every bit the businesswoman I'm sure she was. "I found that dogs are easier to control with a choke collar and a short leash. That goes for all dogs that cross you," she said before she disappeared up the stairs. I stared at the bell in my hands as her words sank in. I understood. Keeping a close eye on Kendra meant that she had less freedom and willpower to spite me. That went for Elias too. I had to find a leash for him. I realized that Alexa was a manipulative and scary woman. I liked her. I eventually made my way up to the top floor and looked around after devising a plan to serve as a metaphorical choke collar for Elias. It was almost surreal to think that I was back here again. I crossed my arms over my stomach as I looked around Elias' room. It looked the same as I remembered it, clean, big, and everything in its place. "I'm glad you're here," Elias said from behind me. I spun quickly and put a hand up to stop him from coming any further. I knew that the second he touched me, I would melt into him and forget everything. I needed to put the leash on him before that happened. "There are rules," I stopped him. Elias' smile fell as he sighed and sat on the edge of the bed in front of me. "I figured there would be. You were left alone with my mother for too long," he said, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. I ignored his comment as I began to pace. 1. If you so much as look at Kendra or touch her, even on accident, I'm gone for good. 2. You're not leaving me here on my own while you go do whatever. No bodyguards, either. I'm coming with you. 3. I get to keep my phone, and that should go without saying. 4. I get to visit Stillwater whenever I want, and that includes Mason. And 5. You don't tell me what to do," I said before I stopped pacing and just stood in front of Elias with my arms crossed. He thought about it before he sighed. "I'll try," he said. I raised my eyebrow in surprise that he was so dismissive. "You will, or I leave, and you never know when, or if, I'm coming back. I will take our baby with me and you don't know when you get to see either of us again. I can resist the mate bond and you know it," I challenged him. He looked shocked at the seriousness of my words. "Okay, fine, you win." "I will," he agreed quickly. "Now can I hold you?" he asked. I felt myself smile slightly as he held his arms out for me. I sat in his lap as his arms encircled my waist, and his head settled in the crook of my neck. His hand ran across my stomach in consistent circles. I felt warm, safe, and comforted in the best possible way. A yawn escaped me as my body sagged with exhaustion. Elias cradled me before he laid me down in the bed. "Get some rest, Cupcake," he said before he kissed my head gently. Elias turned to leave, but I held his hand as I sat up. "Stay with me, please," I asked abruptly. Elias held my hand in his briefly before he turned off the light and got in the bed beside me. He kissed the top of my head before wrapping his arms around me. I wasn't really huge on cuddling, but it was comfortable enough. "Go to sleep, Nova," Elias said when he saw I wasn't closing my eyes. He rubbed my back gently and eventually my eyes were coaxed into closing, and I fell asleep soon after. I woke feeling rejuvenated and rested. Elias' arms were still wrapped tightly around my waist. I smiled lightly to myself as I relaxed further into the pillow. I felt bile build up as I rushed to the bathroom. I heaved as the acid emptied from my stomach. Just perfect, morning sickness. I felt a hand on my back as I coughed and sat back on my heels. I was cradled into a chest and felt the familiar comfort and warmth spread through my body, and a hand rubbed my back gently. "Are you okay, Nova? Are you sick? What's wrong?" Elias asked quickly. I chuckled and shook my head as I stood and went to brush my teeth. I put toothpaste on my toothbrush as Elias stood behind me. "It's just morning sickness, Eli. It's normally a package deal when a baby is involved," I said before I stuck the toothbrush in my mouth. Elias only wrapped his arms around me and rested his chin on the top of my head. "I don't get it," Elias said after I put my toothbrush away. I looked at him confused as I turned to face him. His arms snaked behind my back again as he looked at me perplexed. "Don't get what?" I asked. "I don't get why you're not excited to have this baby. You love kids and taking care of people and children," he said. "It wasn't, you're right, I love kids," I said, moving away from him. "It wasn't the baby, it was the timing and you." I'm not ready for a baby. Don't feel solid enough with you to take on this responsibility. I love you, but I can't explain why. That doesn't mean that I trust you with something as big as a baby, our baby, I said. I felt bad as I saw his face drop. Oh, he said simply. I put a hand on his arm as he began to walk away. Elias, wait, I stopped him. I did this, came here, to get to trust you. I want to. It's just going to be a process, I said, subconsciously rubbing my hand over my stomach. Elias stepped forward and kissed me gently. Well, thank you for giving me a chance to earn your trust, he said before he put his hand on my stomach as he looked at it. That's our pup in there, he said lovingly. I rolled my eyes and moved his hand before going back into the bedroom. It's a baby, Eli, not a dog, I said as I went to the closet. Elias had all of my stuff moved into this room when I was gone. Still, we made him, he said, following me. What makes you think it's going to be a boy? I asked as I changed into a loose sundress. I walked out of the closet only to run into Elias. He held me close to him and sighed in content. My stomach growled loudly as I pat Elias back awkwardly. Eli, I'm going to go to the kitchen, I said. He let go only long enough to scoop me up and walk me downstairs. Eli, I can walk, you know, I said. He just ignored me and carried me all the way into the kitchen. Kendra was already there, bustling around the kitchen, cooking. Alexa was also there, sipping on some water at the bar. She turned when she heard us and smiled at me. Ah, Eli, Nova, come, she said. Eli set me in the chair next to her before he kissed her cheek. Hey Mom, he said. When Kendra looked at him, he averted his eyes to look at me. I was happy to see that he was taking my conditions seriously. They'll just be upstairs, he said nervously before he hurried away. Alexa gave me a knowing look. I see you've implemented something, I assume, she asked. I nodded as I was handed a glass of water by Kendra. Yes, I made my conditions for staying very clear last night, I answered. Is that all that happened last night? Alexa asked before she took another sip from her glass. I scoffed. He's far off from earning that back so soon. He's actually going to have to work for that, I said before I sipped more of the water. I heard you this morning. I guess the morning sickness is kicking in, she said. I sighed before I turned to face her. She was already facing me with her full attention. Yeah, it was a pleasant little wake-up call, I said sarcastically. She rubbed my back motherly. A little ginger before bed should help, she offered. I smiled lightly as her hands went to my stomach gently. I'm going to be a grandma, she said towards my stomach. I found myself chuckling. You're far too gorgeous and young-looking to be called a grandma, I commented. She smiled fully as her eyes came back up to mine. She tilted her head slightly, almost as if she were examining me kindly. You know, I like you more and more every day, she said. Elias was a stupid boy to mess up with you, she said. I can hear you, his voice filtered into the kitchen from further in the house. We both giggled before eating breakfast. Once we were nice and full, we continued talking. After a moment of prolonged silence, she hopped off the bar stool and offered me a hand down. Let's go into town. Well, have a girls' day, she suggested. I agreed and went upstairs to get my things. Before I even got my foot on the first stair, Elias was in front of me. I sighed and looked at him expectantly. I'm going with you, he said. I chuckled. Having a guy there kind of ruins the point of a girls' day, don't you think? I said. He scoped me up and carried me all the way up to the room. I don't care, I'm not leaving your side, he said. I put my sandals on and grabbed my purse. I think you'll be in capable hands with your mother, I said. He followed me around the room and bathroom like a puppy. I thought I was leaving you in capable hands when I left you with Peyton and you got in touch with Mason. I thought I was leaving you in capable hands when I left you with Darius, and Kendra attacked you. I'm trying not to complete the trifecta, he said. I sighed and shook my head. Do you not trust the woman who raised you? I questioned. I knew the answer, I was just trying to get him to admit it to himself. I trust her with my life, but I don't trust her with yours, he said. I touched his cheek hesitantly before I kissed him gently. I'm going to have a girls' day with your mother and we're going to have a good time while you do whatever it is an alpha has to do to run a pack. And under no circumstances are you to communicate to that girl downstairs while I'm gone, okay? I said softly when I pulled away. He stood there slightly shocked as he nodded. I smiled. Love you, see you when I get back, I said before I hurried out before he had the mind to chase after me. I don't know what I expected from my girls' day with Elias' mother, but it was exactly what I needed. We got massages and went shopping at the mall before we just took a walk through the forest. Alexa showed me where the Sentinel trained and where the pack meetings were held. The training field was like 4 football fields put together with a dirt track surrounding it. The meeting place was called the Underwood. It was similar to a high school auditorium with a stage and everything, only bigger. I guess if it had to fit the entire town, it had to be big. Lastly, she showed me a clearing with a small waterfall and a pond. The water seemed to be coming from nowhere. Flowers were blooming everywhere in pure white, covering the clearing floor. It was a beautiful sight. I felt calm and at peace. What is this place? I asked in wonderment. Alexa led me to the edge of the pond. It's called the Luna's Circle. Only Lunas are allowed here. The circle is enchanted. I had a friend of mine set it up. She's a witch of old magic who works for our pack a lot. You'll meet her soon, she said. Anyway, the flowers bloom year-round and put off a feeling of peace and calm. The water is like a recharge. It gives you energy and drive when you come in contact with it. Being Luna is hard and tiring and sometimes you need a little extra charge, she explained. I knelt by the water and ran my hand in it. I felt energy run up my arm and through my body. I wanted to fall in. This is amazing. It's just what I needed. Thank you for showing me this, Alexa. I feel 10 times better already, I said as I tossed my sandals aside and lay back in the flowers. I stuck my feet in the water and felt the energy creep up my legs. I took a deep breath as I closed my eyes and relaxed. I felt Alexa's hand on my stomach. It was silent for a moment as she just rubbed my small baby bump. If I weren't pregnant, this situation would be weird. Alexa talked to me about being Luna and everything to expect. She told me about the Luna ceremony and told me stories about when she was Luna. It was nice to finally know what to expect. If you ever need help with the baby, just call me, or have Eli mind link me, okay? I got my second try right anyway, Alexa joked. I opened my eyes as I interlocked my fingers at the start of my small bump. You got both tries right. Elias is a good man, I know he is. He gets overwhelmed easily and doesn't know how to handle it, but I know he has a good heart, I defended him, looking at her. She squeezed my hand in hers and smiled gently at me. I'm glad that at least you see it, she smiled. Speaking of, I should get you back before he gets too anxious and comes out looking for you, she chuckled. She stood before she helped me up as well. I slipped my sandals back on before we walked back to the car and then drove home. Elias was pacing on the front porch. He pulled me into him the moment he saw me. Nova, I'm so glad you're home. I was getting so worried, he said, nestling his head in the crook of my neck. I giggled as his light stubble tickled my neck. I've been in town with your mother all day. You had nothing to worry about, I said as he finally let go of me. Trouble seems to follow you, Cupcake, he said as he kissed the top of my head. I hit his chest lightly before I walked into the house. Elias followed Alexa and me through the house to the kitchen. If your name is Trouble, then yes, I said as I picked up the bell and jingled it. It was a second before Kendra came from around the corner. She was wearing a different variation of her nun outfit. She had her hands clasped in front of her as she approached us cautiously. Could you get each of us a glass of water? I asked sweetly, trying to mimic Alexa's poise. I didn't miss the look of hatred before she turned to get 3 glasses. Alexa touched my shoulder gently as Kendra set the glasses of water down in front of us. I had a great day with you, Nova. We'll have to do it again. She smiled at me before she hugged me. I found myself smiling, too. Thank you, for everything, I replied. She shot me a wink before she drank some of her water and stood. I'm going to go see where Matt ran off to, she said. Elias gave her a quick kiss on the cheek. I think he went to the training field. Love you, Mom, he said before she left. I drank my water quietly as I contemplated my day with Alexa. I found myself thinking about what she said about being Luna, and it made me think, why haven't I met the pack yet? I asked. Elias nearly choked on the water. He set the cup down as I pat his back. When he calmed down, he looked at me incredulously. You want to? He asked, shocked. I only shrugged. Your mother was telling me about the Luna ceremony. Why haven't we had one yet? I asked. I didn't think you wanted it just yet. I was going to give you time to accept it, he answered. I replied. Elias looked at me shocked and Kendra stared at me. You can't be serious, she blurted. I looked at her with a polite but hostile smile. You can go now, I said. She hesitated and stole a glance at Elias before she left. Elias was still blinking in shock. You have? Elias asked. I nodded. I mean, it's not like it's really a choice, right? I'm the only option and Luna is too important of a title to leave it empty. When Matthias decides to pass Alpha back to you, you'll need a Luna, and a mate. Who knows, I might even like it. Plus, I have your mother for help where I need it or don't understand. I'm your mate and we're having a baby. I think it's time I accept that I have to be Luna too, I explained. Elias was still for a moment, before I was pulled into a breathless kiss. I melted into him as my arms went around his neck and pulled me impossibly closer. It was only the third real passionate kiss we had, and that was including the kiss we had when I went into heat. It was what my body yearned for. But he had been careful since the beginning. Always careful, especially so since I left, but then again, it was my fault. He was walking on eggshells because I put him there. I was a flight risk and he was trying not to spook me. I didn't want him to walk on eggshells anymore. I was his and he was mine, whether he realized it yet or not. His hands were on my hips then my lower back. I was drinking him in and he was doing the same. Pulling away, I found myself breathless and at a loss for words. "I'll set it up," Elias said breathlessly with a smile. He pecked me again before he released me altogether. All of a sudden, I was craving his touch. I reached out and held his hand in mine. He smiled wider before leading me to the home office. He sat at his desk before setting me on his lap. He feathered a kiss on my neck before Taylor, Peyton, and Minnie entered the office. They sat at the couch and looked at us expectantly. "We have a Luna ceremony to prepare," Elias announced. Minnie squealed and rushed over to hug me. I chuckled as I hugged her back. "This is great. We have to go to Anna's tailor shop to get you fitted for a dress, but we'll have to have a high waist because of the baby," she said excitedly. I stood and hesitated as I stretched. "Maybe tomorrow. Right now, I'm tired and my feet hurt," I said, rubbing my hand over my stomach. Elias scooped me up and stood with me. I sighed and shook my head at him. "What?" he asked. Taylor and Peyton stood. "Well, handle the ceremony details, brother. You go take care of your mate," Taylor said. Elias carried me upstairs to our room and laid me down on the bed. "When will I be able to walk on my own again?" I asked sarcastically. Elias only chuckled and kissed my cheek. "Maybe in a few years when we're done having kids," he joked. "When do we get to find out the gender?" he asked. I laid back against the pillows and sighed as I rubbed my hand over my slightly protruding belly. "A few weeks. Do you really want to know?" "It could be a surprise," I said. He sat next to me and moved my shirt up to touch the taut skin of my stomach. "If we have a son, they'll have to start training him to be alpha right away," he explained. I sighed. "Why can't you just let him be a normal boy? Why don't you let him have a childhood?" I asked. Because if it's a boy, he'll be born into the responsibility of alpha, no ifs, ands, or buts, he replied. I rolled my eyes. That's how kids get messed up. I'm sure Lindsay Lohan was born into responsibility too, and now she's a crackhead. And what if we have a girl? Are you going to thrust all the alpha responsibility onto her too? I asked. He scoffed. Absolutely not. Plus, the chance of a mixed-breed female offspring even having the lichen gene is rare. You didn't have it. Even if she was lichen, she won't be alpha of rigor moon. It's a male role, he explained. That's a bit sexist, don't you think? I said, raising an eyebrow at him. He sighed and rolled his eyes. It's not sexist, it's the truth. There is no such thing as a female alpha, but we won't have to worry about it. We're having a boy, whether it be this pregnancy or the next one, he said. Oh, hell no. What makes you think I'm getting pregnant again? I asked incredulously. Getting pregnant the first time was an accident. Elias chuckled and kissed my temple before he stood. With all the romantic time we'll be having, it's bound to happen, he said with a mischievous smirk before he went to the bathroom. I lay there gaping after him. I couldn't believe how bluntly he put it. Actually, I could. I sighed and shook my head at myself. I couldn't deny how excited I got at the thought. I still craved Elias in ways my brain couldn't comprehend, but I was used to it by now. After a moment, I got up and got dressed for bed. The t-shirt I wore was a little tight over my stomach, but I wasn't ridiculously big yet. Elias came back into the room just as I finished pulling up my shorts. What are you doing out of bed? He asked worried, rushing to my side. I chuckled and got back in the bed. I sat crisscross and held my hands up in surrender. Better? I joked. He smiled softly and kissed my cheek before getting in next to me. You know, there's no way you're keeping me on bed rest the duration of my pregnancy, I said. He shrugged. Well, you won't be lifting a finger around me, and per your rule, I don't leave your side, he teased smugly. I shook my head and sighed. I didn't mean all the time. I just hated when you would leave me by myself all day before I left, I clarified. Elias sighed and pulled me into his lap, cuddling me. I know, and I'm sorry. It's just, being away from you all day was easier than hearing how much you hated me, he admitted. My eyes searched his face. He was telling the truth. I could see the longing, hurt, and vulnerability in his face. I sighed before I pecked his cheek. I don't hate you, Elias, I said quietly. He sat up against the headboard and opened his arms for me. Come here, cupcake, he said softly. I snuggled closer to him, pressing my back into his chest. He moved my shirt to rub my stomach. You're my mate, and I love you, he muttered into my neck before he kissed my cheek. I smiled gently and put my hand over his. He interlocked our fingers and held it tightly. I love you, too, Eli, I said quietly. He kissed my hand before tucking me under the covers. After turning off the lights, he got in the bed himself, and rubbed my stomach until it lulled me to sleep. Nova, wake up, Minnie said loudly as she burst through the door. I groaned as Elias growled. Minnie, he warned sternly. Oh, come on, Eli, it's already noon and we have a lot to do before the ceremony. Starting with the dress, Minnie pouted. If she wants to sleep, let her sleep, Elias said. I sighed and sat up. I'm awake, I grumbled. Minnie smiled and pulled me out of the bed. She dragged me to the bathroom and closed the door behind me. Just in time, too. I felt the acid rise in my throat. I positioned myself over the toilet just as the bile bubbled out of my mouth. I coughed in between throwing up. The morning sickness hadn't been too bad. It was on and off, so I guess I couldn't complain. I felt Elias' hand on my back. Are you okay? He asked. I chuckled and went to the sink. Elias, we've been over this. It's just morning sickness, I said before I brushed my teeth. He kissed my cheek before Minnie took over. Elias started to back out of the bathroom. I rinsed my mouth and set my toothbrush back in its place. I shot him a warning look. "You are not leaving me right now," I said. Elias hesitated but eventually stayed put. "Make sure you wear a strapless bra and shave everything," she said. I blushed before she left the bathroom, and I was left with Elias. I turned my glare on him. "You were seriously about to leave?" I asked. He shrugged and moved closer to me. "It looked like a girl thing," he said unsurely. I sighed and wrapped my arms around his neck, bringing him closer to me. "You're not leaving me today," I said softly before I kissed him gently. His hands rested on my hips before he kissed my head. "I'll be in the room," he gave in. I smiled lightly before he left the bathroom, closing the door behind him. I quickly got showered and ready for the day. Elias was waiting in the room as promised. He was already dressed and ready to go. He took my hand in his and we went down to meet Minnie. She dragged us into town to Anna's tailor's shop. I was fitted and asked a series of questions before we went to get me maternity clothes. Afterwards we stopped for a bite to eat. Elias was minding his PS and QS. He was gentle and cautious, as well he should have been. "I'm getting tired," I said with a yawn. Minnie smiled knowingly. "I remember when I was pregnant with Rhett. He is the best thing that's ever happened to me. Enjoy it while you can, Nova," she said. I found myself smiling slightly. It wasn't perfect, but I knew I would love this baby. "If you're up for it, maybe you could have Rhett for a few days to practice. You and Eli, Lord knows hell, need the practice," she joked. "Minnie, I'm great with kids," he defended himself. I laughed. "Yeah right. You couldn't even handle when we had Alana and Anya for a day," I pointed out. He pouted. "That was different, plus, the ending wasn't quite as planned," he said vaguely. I remembered. "Being good with kids and taking care of kids is completely different," Minnie said, coming to the rescue. "Lucky you have a sister-in-law with a baby," she said, pointing her fork at him before finishing her food. After we were done eating, we went back home. I went straight up to our room and collapsed on the bed. I sighed and draped my arm over my face. I felt the bed dip before my arm was removed from my face. I set up another appointment for us to find out the sex of the baby, Elias said before he kissed my cheek. He laid down next to me and held my hand in his. I sighed and closed my eyes. "When?" I asked. 2 days, he said. I chuckled. "You're so impatient," I noted. "It doesn't matter anyway." "I don't want to know," I said. He sat up and looked at me surprised. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I want the gender of our baby to be a surprise, so it will be," I said. "Nova, please, come on. I can't wait another 6 months to find out if we have an alpha or a princess," he said. I chuckled and placed his hand on my stomach. I'm only 2 months pregnant, so it's more like 7 months. 2, our child is going to be alpha, regardless of the gender, so it doesn't really matter anyway, I explained. Elias sighed. "Female alpha, won't happen, and never will," he said. "You should have faith that our baby, whether be male or female, will be strong and confident enough to lead this pack and take on whatever life throws at them," I said. He hesitated before he smiled gently. "You're incredible, you know," he said. "Okay, fine. As much as it's going to kill me, we don't have to find out the gender of our baby just yet," he said, "and?" I probed. "I'll think about this whole girl alpha thing, but I'm pretty sure we're having a boy," he said. I smiled and pulled him into a deep kiss. He pulled away breathless and stared at me. "What was that for?" he asked. I only smiled. "That was for listening to me," I joked. He smirked. "I should listen to you more often," he said. I laughed and rolled onto my side. "You should. Good night, Elias," I said. He turned off the lights before getting into bed with me. "Good night, Cupcake. I love you," he replied. I drifted off to sleep with a smile on my face. The next few weeks passed in a blur. The constant checkups with the doctor told us that the baby was perfectly healthy. I was officially 3 months pregnant. Minnie let us practice with Rhett, as promised. Elias needed all the help he could get. It was good. We were getting along fine and things were finally looking up for us. Before I knew it, it was time for the Luna ceremony. Anna's tailor shop made me a dress that was completely white. Because of the protruding belly, it had a high waist and flowed the rest of the way to my feet. Minnie had a cluster of girls do my hair and makeup. It was really unnecessary if you asked me, but no one ever asked. Plus, Minnie said the ceremony was tradition, and I wasn't trying to mess with tradition in this particular sense. Once I was done up, Minnie led me to a clearing in the woods. It was surrounded by tiki torches. The people were barely visible in the glow of the fire. There were twinkle lights surrounding the pond at the edge of the clearing. Minnie led me to it. She didn't tell me much about the ceremony, just a summary. Elias was standing by the water and a priest was waiting for me in the water. Elias smiled when he saw me. He gave me a quick kiss before he helped me into the water. The priest held on to me gently as he held a hand up to the pack. Tonight, we welcome Novelyn Moore, as Luna of the Rigger Moon Pack. Is there any reason why this woman should not be Luna? The priest asked. It was silent for a moment before he continued. Novelyn Moore, you have chosen to accept your role as leader, mother, and giver. You shall be of kind heart and pure spirit. Should you choose to accept it, you are agreeing to be the mother figure to the pack. You shall put the needs of the pack first and rule beside our alpha with a kindred spirit and gentle hands. Do you accept? He asked. I took a shaky breath. I, Novelyn Moore, of sound mind and free will, accept my role as Luna of the Rigger Moon Pack, I recited. Minnie made sure I knew that part. The priest pinched my nose and submerged me under the water for a second before I resurfaced. Everyone cheered as Elias helped me out of the water. Elias wrapped me in a towel and kissed me gently. I'm proud of you, Cupcake, he whispered to me. I felt myself smile. Elias was back as Alpha, I was Luna, and we were having a baby. Afterwards, there was a celebration. I was free to wear anything semi-formal. Minnie dressed me in a simple, long, gray sundress, which I was grateful for. Heading back out to the party, I was stopped by Nolan. I smiled and hugged him. Nolan, what are you doing here? I asked. He smiled back at me. Alpha Elias invited me to your Luna ceremony, he said. I felt hands reach around me to rest on my stomach and immediately knew whom it was. I smiled at Elias. You did that? You invited my brother? I asked. Elias kissed my head. Yeah, I knew how much it would mean to you. Your dad, Alpha Peter, and his pup, Mason should be around here as well, he said. I turned in his arms and smiled at him as my eyes started to water. You did that for me? You're not mad still? I asked softly. He cupped my face in his hands and kissed me gently. I would do anything for you, Cupcake. Plus, I'm confident in us, and if I learned anything, it's that the more I try to rein you in, the wilder you want to be. I can't control you, I know that, so I'll give you what you want, and hopefully that'll be enough to keep you here with me, he explained. I smiled as a happy tear ran down my cheek. Of course, it's enough. It's always enough, I promised him. I kissed him gently before I turned back to Nolan. Let's go find Dad, I suggested. Nolan cracked a smile and nodded. Of course, he said. We found Peter and Dad over near the refreshments. I gave them each a quick hug. I turned and was immediately brought into a hug. There was 2 sets of growling. I let go and smiled at him before Elias wrapped an arm around my waist. You're getting bigger, Mason said as he put his hand on my stomach. I chuckled and looked at my stomach as well. I forgot that the last time he saw me I wasn't showing it all. I'm glad to see you here, I said honestly. He smiled and dropped his hand. A girl at his side immediately picked it up. She was pretty. She was as short as me. She had wavy scarlet hair and narrowed brown eyes. Her full pouty lips were pulled back over her elongated teeth as she growled at me. Mason looked at her and blushed. "Oh, Nova, this is my mate, Jessica," he said. I smiled at her. "Finally. It's nice to meet you, Jessica," I greeted her. "Jessica, this is Luna of the Rigger Moon Pack, and my best friend, Nova," he introduced me. Jessica stopped snarling and bowed her head respectfully. "Luna, I apologize," she said. I only laughed. "It's okay, really," I forgave her. Elias kissed my head and held my hand gently. I turned to Mason and smiled. "I'm happy for you, Mason," I said honestly. My brother touched my stomach gently. "Do you know if it's a girl or a boy yet?" he asked. "We want it to be a surprise," I answered. Elias scoffed and rolled his eyes. "Okay, I want it to be a surprise," I chuckled. "That doesn't surprise me," Nolan chuckled as he shook his head at me. "The party was good. I met a lot of the pack members and it was good. The people were so nice. They all called me Luna and were very respectful. We partied until I couldn't party anymore. Elias was practically carrying me by the end of the night. I was determined to see the last person out. Matthias and Alexa stayed with us all night. Alexa touched my stomach gently. "You've got a strong girl in there," Alexa said with a smile. I smiled along with her. "I think so, too," I agreed with her. Elias rolled his eyes. "Boy. Has going to be a strong alpha," Elias said. "Damn right," Matthias agreed. "Matt," Alexa scolded him. Elias and Matthias only laughed together. It was a good family moment. Alexa took my hand and started leading me towards the house. "Mom, where are you taking Nova?" Elias asked. "To bed. This isn't healthy for a growing baby. Nova needs sleep," Alexa said. She took me upstairs without another word from Elias. She ran a bath for me and set up a nightgown on the bed. I soaked in the tub and washed up before I got dressed. Alexa rubbed oil over my stomach until I started dozing off. Elias came in the room and just got in the bed beside me. Alexa kissed my hand before she smiled at me. "Get some sleep, my daughter." "Well, catch up more later," Alexa said softly. Elias pulled me into his side. I had no problem curling into him as much as I could with my baby bump. The next few months passed faster than I was ready for. Elias and I were practicing with Rhett. Elias was slowly getting the hang of it. My stomach was expanding more than I was expecting. I expanded all the way to 8 months. Our little baby was growing so quickly and he or she was healthy and thriving. My stomach got so big that I couldn't see my feet standing up. I wobbled like a balloon, my feet were swollen, and I couldn't even sleep comfortably anymore. I was always tired and cranky. I got weirder food cravings and mood swings. I wobbled down the stairs to the kitchen to grab a bite to eat. I opened the fridge and grabbed a banana with some hot sauce. Yeah, the cravings were that weird. "Hey beautiful," Elias said as he entered the kitchen and kissed my cheek. I felt my lip tremble as my eyes watered. I burst out in tears. Elias frowned and quickly pulled me into a hug. "Oh crap, Nova, what's wrong? Is it the baby?" he asked. I sobbed as I nodded. "I'm fat and swollen and you just lied to me to make me feel good. You must really love me," I cried. Elias hesitated before he chuckled and kissed my head. I cried against his chest for no reason at all. And there go the mood swings. "You are more beautiful than ever, Cupcake." "I'm not lying," he chuckled. Elias chuckled while I cried. He laid me down on the couch as he began to rub my feet with a smile ghosting his lips. "It's not funny." I glared at him through my tears. He couldn't help but to laugh. "I know, honey," he smiled. I huffed a breath before I sniffled and wiped my cheeks. Alexa and Matthias walked into the house hand in hand. They frowned when they saw us. "What's wrong?" Matthias asked immediately. Elias smirked at me before turning to his parents. She cried, because she thought I was lying to her to make her feel better, he explained with a chuckle. A few more tears slipped out as I sniffled. He said I was beautiful, I cried in a small voice. Matthias and Alexa laughed as they sat at the other couch. Alexa held one of my hands in hers. Hormones? She asked. I nodded before I turned and glared at Elias. This is your fault, I snapped at him. Elias only chuckled as he shook his head at me and continued to rub my feet. I finally calmed down and closed my eyes. Elias' parents talked with Elias while I relaxed. I felt an uncomfortable push in my lower regions before a flow of liquid escaped from between my legs. My eyes shot open as I tried to look at my crotch. I couldn't see over my stomach. What's happening? I asked out loud. Elias' wide and shocked eyes met mine. Your water just broke, Alexa answered. My hands flew to my stomach. Oh no. No, it didn't. It couldn't have. I'm not ready yet. The baby isn't due for a few more weeks. I said, trying to sit up. Let's get you upstairs, Elias said frantically. The pressure increased on my pelvis as I gripped the couch in pain. Hell no. Are you crazy? Take me to the hospital right now. I yelled at him. Elias froze and looked at his parents before he looked at me. A home birth isn't that bad, Nova. I heard it was actually better because you'll be more comfortable in a place you recognize, Elias said. I glared at him. We're going to a hospital, I practically growled at him. You two didn't discuss this before now? Alexa asked, bewildered. No, we said simultaneously, never looking away from each other. I felt a contraction and held back the need to push as I grit my teeth. Elias froze and just scratched his head. Alexa huffed a breath and rolled her eyes as she helped me up. For heaven's sake, child. Now is not the time to ponder, she said as she helped me towards the door. I couldn't stand up all the way. I hunched over as I placed a hand on my back. I cried out as another contraction hit me. Now, let's go now, Matthias said urgently, snapping Elias out of it. We all piled into the truck and Matthias sped to the hospital. Elias and Alexa tried to comfort me in the back seat of the spacious SUV. We arrived at the hospital in minutes. A wheelchair was brought to the SUV and I was wheeled inside. I couldn't help it anymore, I needed to push. They quickly changed me into a hospital gown and led me towards the bed, although I didn't quite make it. I ended up squatting on the side of the bed and pushing. I yelled out as I felt myself being stretched wide open. I screamed and clutched Elias' a waiting hand. He was standing beside me. Alexa and Matthias had to wait in the waiting room. The baby is coming right now, the nurse closet to me said. The doctors and nurses shifted to where I was at the side of the bed, she's crowning. The head is right here, the doctor said, kneeling behind me. Elias rubbed my back gently as the doctor reached under my hospital gown. Luna, I need you to push, the doctor said. I took a deep breath and pushed. The push turned into a scream, as I felt like I was being ripped in two. I was sweating and tears were running down my face. I took staggered breaths as I tried to catch my breath. Come on, Cupcake, you can do it, Elias said, rubbed his thumb on my hand gently. I huffed as I looked at him in pain. I hate you, I breathed. I didn't actually hate him, I was just in a lot of pain, and am glad he understood that. Elias' lip pulled up slightly. I know, honey, he said. After 3 more pushes, I finally heard crying. I felt like crying myself as my lower regions felt like someone just took a chainsaw to them. But as the nurses moved around me as I sighed in relief and collapsed by the bed, I rested my head against the side of the bed and let my eyes close. Elias picked me up off the floor and laid me in the bed. The movement hurt, but it felt better finally being able to lay down and be off of my legs. Elias kissed my damp head gently and smiled. You did it, Cupcake, he said happily. The nurse handed my now clean baby to me. Congratulations, Luna, Alpha, it's a girl. She weighs 7 pounds and 5 ounces, the nurse explained. To my knowledge, that was a little small for a newborn, but she looked healthy otherwise, and she was alive with no major issues, so I was happy. I smiled down at our little strawberry blonde-haired girl. She had a head full of damp hair and looked about as red as a tomato from all that yelling she was doing. She was so tiny. When she calmed down, her little red face turned pink and her wide, doe-like almond eyes looked at me. She had Elias crystal gray eyes with flecks of gold. I fell in love with her immediately. After a moment of cooing at her, I handed her to Elias. He held her gently as he rocked. "Hi, princess," he cooed as he kissed her head. He went mushy as he baby talked to her. It made my heart melt. A moment later, Matthias, Alexa, Taylor, and Minnie walked in. They each took turns with our little girl. She was a happy baby. "Have you thought of a name yet?" Alexa asked as she handed my little girl back to me. I smiled down at her fiery red hair and knew immediately. I discussed names with Elias a few times, but we never actually picked one because we didn't know if she would be a boy or a girl. I was glad she was a girl. Kennedy Estella Noel, I smiled. Noel was my mother's name, I explained. The nurses checked all my vitals before they took Kennedy's as well. The door creaked open as the nurse was handing Kennedy back to me. I smiled in surprise when Nolan, my dad, Mason, and his mate, Jessica, walked in. "She'll need to be fed soon," the nurse explained before she left the room. I was left in a room full of family. "Way, what are you guys doing here?" I asked. "Alpha, sorry, Matthias called when you went into labor. We got here as soon as we could," Alpha Peter explained before he turned to Matthias. "You'll always be Alpha in my mind," Peter explained. "As well you when the time comes, my friend," Matthias said in understanding. My dad walked to my bedside first. "Dad, meet your granddaughter, Kennedy Estella Noel Madsen." I smiled at him. My dad held her carefully and smiled at her. I think he even had tears in his eyes. "She looks just like you, Novelin," he smiled. My brother held her next. Kennedy was passed around as everyone got a look at her. She was pretty calm the whole time until she was ready to eat. She coughed out a little cry before she was handed to me. Everyone except Elias left the room to give me privacy. I fed a very hungry Kennedy, burped her, and then rocked her to sleep. I was exhausted, sore, tired, and slightly medicated, but happy. Elias took Kennedy's sleeping figure gently. "Get some rest, love. She'll still be here when you wake up, okay?" he said quietly. I nodded and let my eyes droop close. He continued to rock her as I let myself sleep. Taking Kennedy Estella home was a relief. I felt like the doctors and nurses at the hospital worried a little too much over Kennedy and I because of our titles. It was nice to get back to a quiet and peaceful home. Kennedy was a beautiful baby. Apparently, while I was still in the hospital, Matthias, Peter, Mason, Nolan, and my dad got together and finished the baby room. Elias was always either with me or Kennedy, so he didn't help them. I was excited to see it, but first I had to get inside the house. I closed the door to the car and started shuffling quickly to the front door. My lower regions had to be sewn back together after giving birth to Kennedy, so I was definitely sore in that department and it made me walk slow. "Take it slow. You're going to rip your stitches," Elias said as he held onto my waist to help me walk. I chuckled and swatted his hands away even though I probably needed the help. "I'm fine, Eli," I said as I walked to inside and to the living room. Elias had been coddling me since I started walking again. "You should be babying Kennedy, not your mate, dear. She's as stubborn as a mule. I'm sure she can take care of her own. Childbirth is just something us women have to endure. We're built for it, dear." "Leave her be," Alexa said as she walked in behind us holding Kennedy in her seat. I sat in the couch and looked for Kennedy immediately. "I'm just trying to make sure. Nova is being careful, Ma. You heard what the doctor said. 24 hours watch afterwards to be safe," Elias said to his mother. I rolled my eyes. They were talking about me like I wasn't sitting right here. I was still wearing a maternal sundress because with the baby fat, I still looked pregnant. I planned on getting rid of that as quick as possible, but Kennedy was worth it. Elias and Alexa sat in the living room with me. I'm a little sore but I'm fine, Eli. Stop worrying, I assured him. He didn't look convinced but he let it go. After Kennedy's birth, Elias and I got closer if that was even possible. I understood his constant worrying over me a little better, too. I felt the same way about Kennedy. Alexa picked Kennedy out of the seat and cooed at her as she cradled my baby in her arms. Hi Stella. It's Grandma, Alexa cooed. Alexa had gotten in the habit of just calling Kennedy Stella. In fact, everyone had their own little nickname for her. Nolan and Dad called her Kenny, Mason and Jessica called her Noodles. I have no idea where they got that from, and Taylor, Minnie, Matthias, and Peter called her Stella as well. Elias and I called her by her birth name, Kennedy. Grandma? I questioned. Alexa only smirked at me. I'm too fabulous to be called Gran just yet, she explained. I laughed heartily as Elias rolled his eyes. Mom, can I have my daughter please? Elias said amused. Alexa rolled her eyes before she handed Kennedy over. Don't be fooled boy, they'll get my grandma time, Alexa scolded him jokingly before she sat back in her seat on the couch. We chuckled at his amazing and crazy mother. Elias smiled and cradled our daughter in his arms. She's going to be a pale little redhead, Alexa noted. I chuckled. She is very fair, she may even get my freckles. When do we find out if she inherited the lichen gene? I asked curiously. There are typically signs early in childhood, but we won't know for sure until she hits puberty if she will shift or not. There have been rare cases where a girl can have lichen qualities and senses but never shift, Matthias said as he came into the living room from upstairs. He kissed Alexa gently before he sat next to her. Kennedy's cry kick started and Elias handed her to me almost immediately. I had to hold back a laugh. Elias always freaked out and looked like a kicked puppy when Kennedy started crying. I think he always got nervous that he did something wrong. Kennedy's little face grew red as it scrunched adorably. For a small baby, she had an echoing cry. Her arms and legs squirmed as she screamed. Someone OS going to be feisty, Matthias said as wrapped an arm around Alexa. Alexa practically swooned as she leaned into her mate. They were so cute. I smiled to myself because I knew Elias and I would be the same way one day as we look at our grandchildren. She is, and something tells me she's going to be a diva, too. Just like her mother, Elias joked. I stuck a free elbow out and jabbed him in the ribs. Hey! I protested. Matthias and Alexa only laughed. She's probably hungry. Now is a good time to show you the nursery. There's a rocker for you to feed in if you want to use it now, Alexa said. I smiled and nodded. I'm excited to see it, I admitted. Alexa cradled Kennedy in her arms as Elias helped me up the stairs. Considering I really needed the help this time, I allowed it. When we got to the nursery, I was stunned. The walls were a light lavender color and there was a mural of a pack of wolves howling at the moon on the back wall with Kennedy's full name writing across it in cursive letters. There was a crib, rocking chair, baby rocker, changing table, and playpen all corresponding with the theme of the walls. I felt my eyes water on their own accord. They didn't have to do all this. At the moment, I just felt so grateful that I was surrounded and supported by so many loved ones. This is beautiful. This is way more than I expected, I said hoarsely as a lump took over my throat. Matthias only chuckled. We all wanted to make sure it was perfect for when Kennedy arrived, Matthias explained. In that moment, I felt like everything would be okay. Sure, there were going to be bumps ahead, and Elias and I wouldn't get along 100% of the time, but at that moment, all felt right in the world and I knew whatever happened, I would get through it with my mate, my daughter, and my pack. They were all family, and I fully accepted my fate. It is perfect, I smiled. Eli. Kennedy. I yelled up the stairs before I wobbled back to the dining room. I was pregnant, again, and almost a full term. Kennedy came barreling down the stairs first and met me in the dining room. I was still setting up for dinner. "I can help, Mom," Kennedy said as she went to get more food from the kitchen. Kennedy Estella was 14 years old now and every bit as beautiful as the day she was born. She had curly copper red hair and clear, radiant blue-gray eyes. She was pale and inherited my freckles. She actually burned in the sun very easily too. She was every bit of me as we expected. She was a feisty diva, strong-willed, stubborn, and very athletic. Kennedy finished setting the table as Elias strolled into the dining room. He held me gently and kissed me. "Hi, Cupcake," he smiled. I chuckled. He never stopped calling me that, but I learned to live with it. "You said that 10 minutes ago when you came down to check on me, again," I emphasized. Elias chuckled and shrugged. Oh yeah, his protectiveness never died down. In fact, he was even more protective over me because I was pregnant again and due any day now with our second child, a baby boy. Just then, the doorbell rang. Kennedy smiled and ran to the door. "I got it," she yelled. Elias and I exchanged a knowing look. "Oh boy," Elias sighed. I chuckled and went to greet our guests. I wasn't expecting them to be back so soon, I admitted as we met up with everyone in the foyer. "Oh, Nova, you look absolutely stunning," Alexa gushed as she pulled me into a hug. I laughed as Matthias clapped his son on the back at the same time. "I thought you guys would be gone for another week," Elias asked his parents. They looked at each other before they shrugged. Kennedy held onto Elias' hand as she practically bounced in place, her eyes darting everywhere. Jessie was getting homesick, and frankly, so were we. Plus, we didn't want to risk missing the birth of our second grandchild, Matthias explained with a laugh. Jessie was a boy who was the same age as Kennedy that we took into our home after his parents died when he was only 4 years old. Jessie had brown hair and green eyes. He was just as athletic as Kennedy. Jessie was a lichen also. He actually shifted when he was 12 years old. Kennedy and Jessie have been inseparable since they met. They were best friends. Once a year, Alexa and Matthias would take Jessie on vacation and spoil him rotten. Alexa claimed it was to make him feel more a part of the whole family, but after their trip to Italy, I was convinced that Alexa just wanted an excuse to travel. "Where is Jess?" Kennedy asked excitedly. Every time Jessie and Kennedy were separated, they got antsy and anxious until they were reunited again. I had a theory that they were mates, but we wouldn't know until they turned 18 years old. "Has getting the bags out of the car," Matthias answered with a chuckle. Kennedy smiled before she darted out the front door. We all chuckled at her excitement. "I tell you, that girl," Alexa shook her head with a relaxed smile. "Has she shifted yet?" Alexa asked. My smile faltered as I shook my head. It was a common question concerning Kennedy and the answer was always the same. Early in her childhood, Kennedy showed great promise for the gene. She was a fast learner, she was athletically gifted, she had lichen hearing and sight, and so on. But she hit puberty when she turned 14 years old almost a year ago now and, nothing. Of course, growing up with me as a mother, she knew about werewolves. I didn't care what the rules were. I told her when she was 8 years old because I didn't want her to be blindsided, or lost, and confused like I was when the werewolf world was thrust onto me. Elias and I argued long and hard about telling her since the day she was born, but I eventually got my way, as usual. "It's a strong possibility that Kennedy doesn't have the gene, Nova," Elias said softly. I glared at him briefly. "She has the gene. She's just a late bloomer, is all," I defended. I firmly believed it, too. I just had a feeling. She's strong, stronger than she should be. She's special, and I'm not just saying that because I'm her mother, I see it. Kennedy is going to make a great leader, a great alpha one day. "You'll see," I said confidently. Kennedy and Jessie ran inside with the bags and sprinted straight up the stairs. Elias' parents, Elias, and I moved to the living room to talk more. I took a seat with Elias on the plush gray love seat and Matthias and Alexa sat on the longer couch perpendicular to us. I think a female alpha would be good for the lichen world, Alexa shrugged before she crossed her legs. Matthias' arm went around his mate subconsciously out of habit as Elias did the same to me. Not a chance. You know how strict some packs are on tradition. Some packs still perform Kiawani. Having an alpha who is a she-wolf is just asking for trouble, Matthias argued. I winced slightly. Kiawani was considered a mercy killing of a lichen after said liken's mate passed away. Some packs thought of it as a favor to rid the widow or widower of their misery. I just saw it as inhumane. Maybe, but who knows? It might be the turn of a new era, Alexa countered. And as always, it was my mother-in-law who got the last word as the subject changed. As we were talking, a loud blood-curdling scream came from upstairs. It was Kennedy. She sounded like she was in a lot of pain. I jumped up and ran for the stairs with the others on my heels. Elias, however, held me back. I fought him as I tried to get to my little girl. Nova, the baby, take it easy. Well, go see what's wrong, Elias explained in a rush to try to get me to calm down. I elbowed him in the ribs in an attempt to get free. Before I could break free or say anything, Jessie was in front of us cradling Kennedy. She was whimpering and squirming. There was a cold sweat on her forehead and her face was red. Jessie looked scared and worried. We were playing around and she just froze and stopped breathing. When she got her breath back, something snapped, and she screamed before she just collapsed, Jessie explained frantically. I was so worried about my daughter that no logical thought or explanation of what was happening came to my mind. We all just kind of froze, not knowing what to do until a loud snapping noise filled the silence followed by another scream from Kennedy. The snapping was wet and strong. It was nauseating. I thought I was going to throw up right there on the spot. Her scream was loud enough to make my ears bleed, but I didn't care at the moment. Something was wrong with my daughter. I thought of taking her to the hospital, but Matthias piped up before I could voice my thought. Stella's shifting, Matthias announced. I was elated and worried at the same time. I was happy that I was right about Kennedy being a late bloomer, but I was also worried about the amount of pain she seemed to be in. No mother wants to see their child in pain. Tears rolled down her cheeks as her copper, red hair began matting to her sweaty face. Elias gently took Kennedy from Jessie. Okay, Jessie, run to the closest store and get ice, lots of it. Mom, I need you to grab her a set of spare clothes. Dad, I need you to get towels. All of you, meet me out at the small clearing when you have everything. Nova, I need you to stay here, Elias ordered. Everyone scampered off except me. My blood boiled as Elias started towards the front door cradling Kennedy gently. How was I just supposed to wait when my daughter needed me? I'm coming with you, I protested. Elias sighed in frustration but continued walking. A werewolf's first shift is out of control and unpredictable. I know you want to be there for Kennedy, but you would only get in the way and put yourself, as well as our baby, in harm's way. First shifts have led to murder countless times because of how crazy it can get around humans. Please, just trust me and listen to me just this once. My dad, Mom, and I have helped hundreds of wolves on their first shift, and we know what we're doing. Please just trust me, she's going to be fine. She's in good hands, Elias said in a rush as he stopped on the gravel road in front of the house. I stopped on the porch and sighed, letting him go. I decided to listen to Elias, just this once. Take care of my baby, I said to him as I gave in. Elias smiled softly and looked at our daughter before looking back to me with a soft smile. With my life, he promised before he ran off at werewolf speed to the nearby trees. He moved so fast that all I saw was a blur. I still wasn't used to that, even after 15 years of knowing what he was. I rested my hand on my enormous stomach and went back inside, locking the door behind me just in case. Bored, I went to our master bedroom on the 4th floor and called Nolan. He was doing well as still waters beta. He also found his mate and they had a little boy together. I still talk to my twin brother, Mason, and my dad often. Hello, Nolan finally answered on the fourth ring. I'm freaking out, I blurted as I began to pace in front of the foot of the bed. Nova. What's wrong? Did you go into labor? Kirsty and I will meet you at the hospital, Nolan rambled. If I wasn't so worried about Kennedy, I probably would have laughed at how worried and excited Nolan sounded. No, Nolan. This bun is still cooking, it's about Kennedy. She's going through her first shift right now in the woods with Eli, his parents, and Jesse, and I'm stuck in the house, I explained. Nolan whooped excitedly. Congrats, sis. Little Stella got the gene, he congratulated excitedly. I rolled my eyes and stopped pacing as I rested my hand on the top on my stomach. I knew Kennedy would get the gene from the start. I just had no idea it would cause her to be in so much pain. I'm stuck in the house and my baby girl is suffering. Maybe I should go and check on her, I thought out loud. Okay, stop. 1. Stella is a teenager now. She's 4 years away from being 18. I'm sure if she heard you calling her your baby girl, she would roll her eyes and tell you that she's not a baby, and she isn't. 2. Everyone else calls her Stella except you, your mate, and Jesse. You guys need to get with the program already. And 3. You need to stay in the house. It's safer for you and your unborn child. Going out there would be suicide, and Stella would never forgive herself if she hurt either one of you, and you know that. You don't have the capability to defend yourself if anything went wrong. Every lichen goes through it, Nova. She'll be hurting for an hour or two, but she'll survive, I promise, Nolan tried to reassure me. I worried my bottom lip as I thought about his points. I knew he was right, I just wanted to be there for my daughter. But, Nova, Stella has 2 alphas, a Luna, and her best friend in the whole world to help her through this. That's more support than a lot of werewolves get for their first shift. Some of them have even had to go through it alone. Stella is in the best hands possible and you would just get in the way and cause trouble, Nolan cut me off. I took a deep breath and calmed down slightly. He was right after all. Thanks Nolan, I said sincerely. I had to admit, talking with him made me feel better about the whole ordeal because I knew he went through it himself. And Nolan? I said, remembering something he said. Yes? He answered, drawing out the E unnecessarily. Kennedy is the name I gave her, so Kennedy is what you all should call her, I said in a scolding manner. I wasn't really angry though. Everyone except Elias and I had been calling her Stella since she was born. Nolan only laughed. No can do, sis. Plus, Kennedy is only one of the names you gave her. Stella fits her better. It's a name that says I'm a stubborn diva, don't mess with me. She reminds me a lot of you back when we were teenagers. She's stubborn, sarcastic, witty, bold, strong-willed, and impossible to ignore. The name, Stella, has spunk, just like Kennedy does in actuality, Nolan explained. I smiled to myself lightly. Fine, whatever, I muttered because I knew I'd lost the argument, but I would never admit that. Nolan only laughed at me. Okay, loser, oh. Kirsty says hi and wants to know when you want to go for brunch again, Nolan said, off topic. I figured she must have walked into the room. Kirsty was a sweetheart. I was glad my brother had a mate as kind-hearted and wonderful as she was. Whenever Elias lets me off of impending labor watch and you can find a sitter for Oakley, I answered jokingly. There was muffled conversation on the other end before Nolan was laughing in my ear again. She said, so never then? Alright, sis, Oakley is getting home from soccer practice so I have to get going, Nolan said with a breath. I sighed and began to make my way to the 3rd floor of the empty house. Okay, I love you, Nolan. Talk to you later and tell Kirsty that we will get together soon. Even if I have to slip past my security detail. Love you guys, bye. I said my final words before I hit the end button and just held the phone in my hand. I found myself wandering into Kennedy's room. I went to her picture mural of the far left wall and couldn't help but smile at it. The entire wall was covered in pictures of her family, pack and friends, as well as her inspirations and dreams. It was truly a beautiful idea. Everything on this wall was important to Kennedy. One picture in particular jumped out at me. It was a picture of Kennedy and Jessie when they were 7 years old. They were in matching blue soccer uniforms, hugging each other as they smiled at the camera. Only thing was, they were both covered in mud. Kennedy's wild, red hair was frizzy and all over the place. Jesse's brown hair was disheveled as well and his giant grin was missing his 2 front teeth. The day that picture was taken, they didn't even play in the game. It rained earlier that day, so those 2 troublemakers had the bright idea to try to slide of the mud like penguins. They snuck off and slipped up and down the muddy terrain for the first 5 minutes before we noticed they were gone. They were all smiles when we finally found them covered in mud. I was scared at first when I couldn't find them, but they were just innocent kids looking for some fun and adventure. That was one of the best days we had, even though it started off as a scare of losing 2 kids. Kennedy begged for a picture after we finally found them. That picture made me realize how fast Kennedy was growing up. I felt like if I blinked, I would miss everything. And now I had another baby on the way to feel the same way about. Kennedy was a strong, independent girl and I knew she would make a great alpha. Elias may fight me again on the topic, but I knew I would eventually get my way because it was impossible to ignore how Kennedy was a force of nature to be reckoned with. She was a natural-born leader and I knew she could change the world. Just like I knew she would be a werewolf, I knew she would eventually be Alpha Kennedy Estella Noel Madsen, the start of a whole new world.